Seems like we got a good handshake there. Do we have acquisition of signal on YouTube? YouTube chat, this is the JSA Control, UHF com check. Five by five. Thank Hendo. Thank you, Hendo. All right, cool. All right. So, part 6 for the SLC-6 shuttle build. We didn't make a lot of progress yesterday, but we did figure out a bunch of things. We have to shore up the mobile service tower crane and then work on the shuttle assembly building. And then, yeah, then I think we're good to build a stack. Yeah, yesterday was not the most productive in terms of getting stuff done. But sometimes with these complicated builds, you have to kind of sit there and stare at it for a little bit. And guys, like, I don't mean to bore you, but I like showing the whole process, you know? It's a lot of just sitting there and frying an egg on your head. Read you, EJ. Are the flowers blooming in Houston? Oh, yeah. You got a live notification. All right, excellent. Ethereal Swordsmith, you're Nobleson on Twitch. All right. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I gotcha. Or Noble Neon. Yeah, sorry. My brain said that E was an S, but... Oh, no. Not more SLC-6 photos. Oh, no. Not Mike McDoodoo. Sorry, I'm looking at the stuff. Cool. All right. Look at all these screenshots you definitely took. Oh, yeah, I know, right? Oh, Hans Bricks. Oh, no. Dons, what were you saying? I was playing guitar before the YouTube stream went up, but you want to play guitar, but your fingers can't do the string pressing. Long work at the office. Dude, you know what helped me a lot? So, real quick, I won't turn on the amplifier, but so I had that problem too, and it hurt the hell out of my wrists, right? So, when you play, you know, sometimes it feels comfortable to put your hand kind of like parallel to the neck of the guitar like that. Don't do that. Sideways. Put your hand sideways on the guitar like this and play like this with your fingers going diagonally at a 45, and way easier. Way easier. I find that what I've also been really trying to fix is I end up pressing my thumb into the back of the neck, into the back of the guitar's neck, and that hurts, like, after a while. Like, you can't play for very long. So, if you hold the guitar like this, with your hand at a 45, and then you put your thumb up, like, cradle the neck, like that, and not push into the back like that, much more comfortable, much easier to play. Like, it's still hard for me to do it, but yeah, that makes it so my wrist doesn't hurt. Yeah, because, you know, like, you think like, oh, you got to have your hand parallel to the neck like that. No, like that. Much easier. Yeah, I have to think about it still, because, like, yeah, it makes a lot of things easier to play. Like, it's a lot easier to make the adjustment when your fingers are like at 45, and if you're playing on the frets like above the 12th fret, much easier. It's much easier to do like fast picking down there when you're cradling the guitar like this instead of like pressing your thumb against it like that. bar chords get you. I'm telling you, Snib, put your thumb. When you're doing a bar chord, don't do this. Do that. See where my thumb is? When you're doing a bar, try to touch your thumb to your pointer finger. And then bar. Like, because I used to do this for the longest time, and that hurts the hell out of your thumb. See, I still have trouble because my mind wants to put my thumb on the back of the neck, and if you do that, you can really press into the strings, but it hurts. You can get at it a lot easier when you're cradling the guitar like this, and then, you know, like if you watch like, I don't know, like Joe Satriani, for instance, he's holding it like that. He holds it like this. There's not a lot of guitarists that I've noticed that push their thumb into the back of the neck. Yeah, that hurts the hell out of your wrist. We need a guitar stream. He bought a 7-string baritone, and it's like learning guitar all over again. Jeez. Interesting. By the way, I found out Discovery was loaded that same way for SDS 118. Yeah. I'm still learning how to...
Go at throttle up.
Dude, it's taken a lot of... I've been playing more than that half hour a week because, yeah, I've been trying to learn how to do this. Like, playing scales down here. And the whole thing is just keep your fingers at a 45-degree angle to the fretboard, like that. It's so much more comfortable and so much easier to play. But yeah, maybe we'll do guitar stuff. I don't know. I don't think that's I don't know. Yeah, maybe sometime. Like, it's just how you gonna do a guitar stream when you're like with YouTube? Like, I could play a high E note and it'll just be like, no, that's my song. It's just like, okay. Bass or acoustic, what's easier on the fingers? Oh, test at McGregor. I'm not sure which stand that is. You'd probably have better luck with a bass if it's easier on your wrist and fingers. It's that one engine with the rocket. Yeah. Raptor North? Matt, have you seen the Endeavor exhibit? Dude, I saw Sawyer's pictures from the Endeavor exhibit. Oh my, oh, there it is. Yeah, you think I've been peeping on this? It's the first thing that popped up from Scott. Oh my word. Dude. That's I mean, dude, I went over this in pretty good detail for Space News the other day, but oh my freaking word. Hello, Scott Manley here. Today, yeah, we're going to talk about the California Science Center and how they have the Space Shuttle Endeavor. But the new expansion to... The new expansion that they put onto the museum has the Space Shuttle Endeavor and ET-94 stacked in the shuttle's vertical configuration. Dude, Scott's tough because it's like Scottish with American accent over it. It's like it's halfway because he's been in the U.S. for a long time. So it's like halfway between being Scottish and halfway not. Like, yeah, that's a tough one. But that shows you how much Scott Manley I watch. So awesome, but why does it take another 5 months till it's accessible to the public? The museum seems like it's still very much under construction. They're just getting all the exhibits and everything placed, but oh my freaking goodness, dude. It's so cool. So we talked about it. Grab! 79. Nice, plus 10. What's up, man? We talked about it yesterday, dudes. If you missed it, that's all real shuttle hardware. Those are real nozzles, albeit with dud engines, with mass simulator engines in front of them, right, to mount the nozzles. But those are real RS-25 nozzles. That's obviously the real space shuttle. All the equipment in the payload bay, except for the ODS, is real. That's a real external tank. That's ET-94. It's real. And these are real SRB casings. These are leftover shuttle program SRB casings that I don't know the exact origin of them. Either Northrop Grumman did donate them to the museum. They were either test mule engines for the shuttle program or just old casings. I don't know. It's one or the other, but either way, that's all real hardware. That is a real shuttle stack. The only thing it's missing is the SRB nozzles, but they're not gonna give them SRB nozzles. Those are they're ablative heat shields. The SRB nozzles are ablator. You don't want to have that sitting around. So they put it in a configuration where it looks like it's sitting on a mobile launcher, which is sick. It's so good, dude. This is among the global top tier museum exhibits. Yeah, U505. U505 is a treat, dude. I have to go there sometime. I've never been. And now a word from our sponsors, Kerbodyne Aerospace. Don't we all watch a lot of Scott? Yep. Look, all I'm saying is that they could have gone and got the fixed service structures and broken them down and transported them here, you know, and put the actual fixed service structure and crew access arm there. I thought that would be kind of cool. So if they could spin up the RS-25E line fast enough, they could give the shuttle real RS-25s. I don't think they'd give them an engine for a museum exhibit, but I used to live in Colorado and have a membership to My Summer Car. You went to U505 a lot. Nice. All right, let's roll. EJ, what if they did it in the shuttle program? What would the future would look like with it still going? What? Well, we got to recover all this because we have to redo it. Chris, I probably would have kept flying the shuttle in. If I was in charge of NASA, I would have kept flying the shuttle into the 2020s. I mean, honestly, yeah, I would have kept flying it because you're gonna freaking cancel the they cancel Constellation, which we talked a lot in detail about yesterday. They cancel Constellation, so keep flying the shuttle. But I mean, they did try to do that, but the shuttle program was already on its way out. They had already started scrapping hardware because they needed to replace it with Constellation. So when Constellation got axed, they tried to kind of keep the shuttle program going, and all the supply chains were gone. So yeah, once again, bonehead freaking move. Here we go. Prototype launch plate R1. This is where we were at. This is a lot. So I started diagramming out what the shuttle assembly building looks like, but we do have to do some modifications to the crane. The crane ended up being a little bit too small, or a little bit too wide, the mobile service tower. So yeah, we're gonna have to go in and make those modifications today. But yeah, I started to diagram out. This isn't the finalized design, but I started to diagram out the shuttle assembly building. And we revamped the pad plate design a little bit. To accommodate this a little bit better. But yeah, we have to do some modifications to this thing. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Outdoorsman, thanks for letting us play. We had fun. Finally figured out the comms issue yesterday. We ended up losing you after you left. We ended up losing after you left. Dude, Outdoorsman, I think I suck at Battlefield. And that sucks. Because I used to be really good at Battlefield. Any Battlefield. I think I finally hit that point. I don't know, dude. Just play more? I'm not sure that's gonna fix it, RJ. I think I hit the wall finally, and I don't know how to feel about that, dude. While you build, who do you think will have the first inland orbital site in the United States? Nah, I went back and watched you. You're a crack shot. Bro, I went like that last round where I left because I realized I had to get up in the morning. I was like zipping 6 or something. That's terrible.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We just need conquest next time. Yeah, maybe. Who do I think will have the first inland orbital site? Whoever launches the most Hellfish is the answer to that question. Honestly, I want to get into the build, but honestly, I wouldn't have any problem with somebody putting a launch site like out here in New Mexico or something, like White Sands. Sure. Like an orbital launch site. There's nothing out there. There's nothing but farms. Like, you know, if you want to see like the distance, the safe distance for a rocket, you need about a 600-kilometer circle around this. Like, there are populated areas out in West Texas, like Odessa and stuff, but like, there's really, the population density is very, very minimal out there. And like, this 600 kilometers is more or less the range that you would need. It's more or less the range that you would need to ensure, like, if a first stage comes down, right? If first stage comes down, like, you can like steer it to a precise target, or like past 600 kilometers, like downrange from the launch site, or like about 400 miles, the rocket, the second stage is going fast enough where it'll just burn up. So yeah, I mean, you could zip out of here and like White Sands, you could go orbital from there. That's no problem. It's way more dense than the Kazakh steppe. Yeah. Like an inland launch site, heck, dude, even Edwards. Like if you wanted to go orbital from Edwards, there's just the Mojave. There's really not much out there. Like Lake Havasu, and that's about it. And you can easily avoid that. Like you could go orbital out of here, no problem. Like, and you'd have a very wide range of, you gotta be careful. Phoenix is right there. But, I mean, you could just go around. Like that, like you have relatively high population density in Phoenix there. But yeah, you could do it with like a Falcon 9. Personally, I think Falcon 9 is safe enough. I've seen what I wanted to see with Falcon 9. Like, how many times has that damn thing launched? They've done 680 or 658 Falcon 9 missions. Like, it's very, very rare that a Falcon would screw up. Like, if not, like, at all, right? You'd have to shut down a lot of air traffic once the cadence goes up. Well, that's why I suggested White Sands or Edwards, where they already have TFRs around them. There are launch pads out here. They're over here. There was launch pads out here. They're mostly test stands nowadays. That was the Venture Stars or X-33's launch pad. They were gonna launch from there. Do you think Starship Pad could catch Falcon 9s? No. Nah, I don't think so. Actually, out here, there's a lot of test stands built into this hill. They tested F1 engines here. They tested all types of propulsion on these stands. There's a whole thing, dude. There's a whole suite of test stands out here. Most of them are not used. There's a bunch of test stand and facilities out here. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. They did Apollo program testing out here. Where did they test the nuclear engine? Jackass Flats. The Nerva test stands are out here. No, that's not one of them. I'll know the Nerva facility when I see it. It's over here, I think. Yeah, that's it. It's long been abandoned, but that's the Nerva test stand is what was right there. I know it's Nerva because it has the train tracks going to the test stand. Nervas were transported on a trackmobile because they were heavy. They were transported by a train. That was the servicing facility. That's one of the test stands. Yep. That's all the Nerva test facilities right there. Like I said, it's easy to spot because they moved them by a train. So there's tracks. See the tracks? Yep, there's another one. Really wish we still did that. Yeah, man. There's another one. Another one. There's another test stand. That one looks like it's still in use, whatever it is. Whatever they use it for. Just wondering where the hell the tracks go. Huh? No. You know, I might be stupid, but those look like the NTR transport cars. those look like the things that they use to move the engines around on. I've never bothered to go and look into it. The locomotives are still out there. Look. See that right there? Here, hold on. That's one of the facilities. Hello, it's me, your friend, President Kennedy. Looks like they did some testing at Plumbrook in Ohio as well. But yeah, the train tracks going to the stand are dead giveaway. Yeah, there's the frickin' locomotive. It's still there. That sucks. I can't believe that this much of the Nerva facilities are still intact. Where the heck are we? Where's Jackass Flats again? Oh, it's well within the Nevada testing site. Yeah, they'll get really mad at you if you try to go out here. Yeah, there's the whole Nerva testing complex right there. All the different test stands that they made and everything. That sucks. Ooh, what do we got out here? Well, something was out there. There's a tunnel there, and it had railroad tracks going into it at some point. Could be Site 4. This is near Groom Lake, if I'm looking at this correctly. Yep. All right, let's get back to KSP. Boop. Boop. Oh. Is that engine no more? Nerva? For one second, I thought F1 cars. So, Vash, the short story, and this is gonna be, it's always difficult to talk about, because it's so annoying. The short story is that the Apollo program wanted to have a nuclear-powered third stage. They wanted to take the third stage from the Saturn V and convert it to nuclear thermal. So a nuclear thermal rocket is basically a nuclear reactor that's been shoehorned into the combustion chamber of a rocket engine. Only it's not a combustion chamber. What they do is they use moderated radial control rods to moderate the nuclear reaction and generate more or less heat. And the resulting heat that gets generated gets exchanged with hydrogen, with liquid hydrogen, and the hydrogen drives turbo pumps like an RL-10. And then when the superheated hydrogen goes into the reactor, it cools the reactor and gets heated even more. Well, the heated hydrogen goes into the reactor, gets superheated, and then gets shot out a nozzle. Because at the end of the day, all a rocket engine does is shoot out hot gases. This takes that to the next level. So the idea is that I don't like this music. The idea is that the idea there is you can get insane efficiency because you're not necessarily combusting anything. What you are doing is heating hydrogen, and hydrogen is an amazing heat sink. It's really good at conducting heat. You can put heat into it. Yeah, it's really high heat conductivity. But because it's so small, like, it doesn't take much to heat that thing up and send it. You know what I mean? So, like, the Nerva engines on those test stands, and once again, they had a flight prototype ready to go in the late 60s. They would have probably, you know, in a different timeline, they would have probably started flying them sometime in the mid to late 70s. They had a flight engine ready, an operating flight engine, and it did about 800 seconds specific impulse, which is about double the efficiency of even the most efficient motors we have nowadays. Nuclear proliferation and canceling the Apollo program kind of shelved that whole project, which is kind of dumb. Yeah, I mean, nuclear, so full kind of disclosure, nuclear engines are superbly high mass because you're lugging around nuclear material, but you don't have to carry an oxidizer because you're not combusting anything. So the engines were heavy, but you have a similar stage mass to a stage with a J2, like an S4B with a J2 and a liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tank. Similar dry mass, right? But you're at double the efficiency. So, yeah, you long story short, that's a lot better of a system if you're trying to get to the moon, like on a regular scale, because like with the nuclear engine, you could send the S4B all the way out there, and provided you prevented hydrogen boil off, right? You could do very long duration missions with it. Where the Apollo program, I mean, this never really got past like concept of operations, but what they wanted to do is just bolt a bunch of the nuclear stages together in space and then stack a couple of them on top of each other and then do a Mars mission that way. You think your shuttle pad will be able to do the twang? Should. Anyway, yeah, well. It is what it is. He really hated spaceflight. I think he hated Kennedy more than he hated spaceflight. Didn't Jared try to resurrect Nerva? No, Jared doesn't like nuclear thermal rockets for what he said. He's much more for nuclear electric. I'm kind of like, I halfway agree with you, but I halfway don't agree with you. So, totally unbiased here about nuclear. He likes nuclear electric. So what Rook wants to do is something like the SR-1 Freedom mission, where you couple a nuclear reactor to something with electric propulsion and send it. That would get you insane efficiency. Ion thrusters are way more efficient than nuclear thermal, right? Ion thrusters could do, I don't even know, more than 800 seconds. It's up there, dude. They could do 1,000s. You get even into the 2,000s in some cases, if I'm understanding it right. In Kerbal, you have an ion engine, and the ion engine makes 4,200 seconds specific impulse in vacuum. It is notoriously efficient. Now, I don't think the real ones are that efficient, but if you look, the problem here is that these ion engines don't make much thrust. So it's superbly efficient, right? But ion engines don't make a lot of thrust. The thrust is really limited by the amount of power that you can. It's really limited by the amount of power you can put into it. So if you couple a nuclear reactor to one of these, you could conceivably make more thrust. Ion engines right now make. They make as much thrust as maybe a stiff breeze. Like, about that much thrust. They don't. It's not a lot of thrust, but it's superbly efficient. If we could make that, if we could make an ion thruster operate at 2 kilonewtons of thrust, yeah, that would unlock a tech tree that would very much get us like expanse levels of spaceships. Yeah, if we could get a nuclear electric thruster working at 2 kilonewtons, then we're good. Like, dude, that's sci-fi stuff. That's basically impulse drives from the Starship Enterprise. So, not warp drive, but still a big, big jump in spaceflight technology. Like, ion engines would be particularly good for something called the brachistochrome trajectory, where say you're doing a transmartian injection from Earth, so you're going from Earth to Mars. You're accelerating halfway towards Mars on your trip, and then you flip, and then you decelerate that all the way to capture around Mars. A 1 kilonewton ion thruster would be a 2 kilonewton ion thruster like that would be a huge deal. That's a big deal. So, like, we don't have that yet, to be very sure. The thrusters that are on the power and propulsion element for the SR-1 Freedom mission make like 0.1 kilonewton, maybe 100 newtons of thrust. That's it. They don't make a lot of power, but they're ridiculously efficient, and coupled to a nuclear reactor, which is giving them more power and a constant stream of said power. The SR-1 Freedom could basically accelerate indefinitely for a long period of time. Jared Isaacman sees that as a much more usable technology in the future. And he's not wrong in that regard. He doesn't like nuclear thermal because what he said was something, and I'm paraphrasing here, what he said was something along the lines of nuclear thermal doesn't work very well because we put it on the test stand, and we had one working one, and we put it on the test stand and then never did anything with it. I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Go at throttle up.
Which, we didn't do anything with it, not because it was a bad idea. We didn't do anything with it because the program it was supposed to go to got canceled. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't mention that, but I'm not him, so I don't know. They could also throw solar panels on there to supplement power when close to the sun. Yeah, if you wanted to. Yeah, what Tesla Max said, Jim. 2 kilonewtons of thrust on ion thrusters would open up the solar system for human spaceflight. Bingo. Yeah, a 2 kilonewton ion thruster would be Star Wars. Yeah, like Star Wars, man. Nuclear electric with a chemical engine for leaving entering planet orbital ion engines as a cruise mode. Yeah. So, like, once again, nuclear electric could be a very useful near future technology. Nuclear thermal is not a near future technology. They invented it during the Apollo program, and it does give you a 100% increase in efficiency on your specific impulse on your engine. But yeah, nuclear thermal at the end of the day is still something you still have to do on-orbit refueling with it, and go from there. Like, Kai, I think you're right. I think we should build a nuclear thermal main propulsion system and have your nuclear reactor from your nuclear thermal engine generate power for ion engines and use your ion engines as RCS and precise control thrusters. If you did something like that, oh yeah, it's not superbly efficient for doing long trips, right? Because you still have liquid hydrogen in your main tank at the end of the day. But yeah, that would be really good for a transfer vehicle. That'd be a really good idea. A little bit complicated, but yeah. What I think is, like I said, with SR-1 Freedom, you want to put a nuclear reactor and couple it to the gateway's power and propulsion element, the XPPE. So you want to, that's the idea. Okay, that's good. Why don't you do that, but the reactor's inside of a nuclear thermal engine? You know what I mean? Put it inside of an NTR and have it generate power, and use your ion thrusters for precise control, for coasting, right? And yeah, for your reaction control systems. Someone asked, William. Yeah, I think that would be a really good idea, but I don't know, probably too complicated. There's a reason why no one's done that. Like, anyway, let's get to work. So the first thing we have to do is shorten the crane. Yeah, shorten the crane. Go to mobile service tower. We'll switch to revision 4. And I did leave notes for myself. Add more crew tanks, change stop point on deck for mobile service tower. This was modified on the 25th. We can add more crew tanks, and I need to put lights on it too. Lights. And we'll just make this skinnier version to work better with SAB. All right, so what I really want to get done today, guys, and we might have to... we might have to, I'm not sure, like, unless some crazy space news comes up today, I'm thinking we're gonna kerbal it. We're gonna kerbal it for a good while. Yesterday we fell a little bit behind schedule, and I don't like that. So we did a pretty comprehensive space news on the OIG stuff. So I'm thinking today, let's just kerbal. I want to get back on track. I want that SAB done today, or at least into testing. So. Why are you shortening the tower again? My reasoning for doing that is so the fixed service structure doesn't have a crew access arm that's like 20 meters long. This wider structure is going to make it so the service structure is basically an extra, probably about 5 meters away from the pad. And RJ, think about it. We have that ground umbilical carrier plate rotating service structure. If we're going to attach that to the shuttle, right? And we're going to use that, I prefer it to be closer to it, right? I'm making it narrower. Dave Lib just posted a 1-minute video of pad cleanup. I saw that. Yeah. So here's what we need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20. Can this pad fit SLS in Ares 1? This is just for the shuttle. It will not be able to fit anything else. All right, I'm going to save. Are you building this out of SRBs? Yeah, SRBs actually make a great structure. They make for great structure. If you take all the fuel out of them, they're really good for making something super strong. And they don't bend because they're long tubes. I gotta sneeze. It's turbo. I need to see the crane that we have in this craft file. This is turbo, yep. All right, so the center one, the center rings on the main part need to look like that. Just remember that spacing. Turbo sneeze? That's new. I used to do it all the time on stream, but I haven't done that in a while. Oh. Somebody linked up bimodal hybrid NTR NEP study. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah. Oh, that would be it's compressor surge. Do you think Blue will fly by the end of this year? No chance. So, well, mac and cheese, okay. It's rocket science. It's complicated. I don't know why this is doing this. Synergy is acting up on me for some reason. It's not getting a good... Where the heck is even the mouse? Are you good now? Are you sure? All right, there we go. Yeah, there you go. Bimodal NEP. See, that's a good idea. So nuclear thermal with nuclear electric propulsion assist. This is a great idea. We should be doing that. There was a program that probably could have led to doing this, and that involved making the NTR first. You know how I feel about that. Anyway. Hey, Zelios, what's up? More confident than I was a month ago that the end of the year is possible. Stoyer, okay. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's impossible. That's the truth. It's not impossible. All right, that is what we're looking for right there, and that's creating some heinous Z fighting. Some heinous Z fighting. Look. So mac and cheese, I have some experience with building GSE. It's in a video game. I fully admit that. I know about statics and civil engineering and industrial engineering, etc., etc. But not like an expert, but I know enough to be dangerous, right? Look, I'm worried that if Blue is so... I'm worried that, like... The reason why I'm worried and why I really don't think you're going to fly again this year is because... So, even if they do, whatever they're going to do it with is going to be cobbled. It's going to be cobbled together. And... Look, I'm worried that if they cobble it together, right? If they do that, that you're not going to really be able to support the flight cadence that you want because you built a pad for cheap and you built a pad quickly, right? Nothing wrong with that. But for high flight rate, that is not what you want to do. You'd want to build something that, you know, is a little bit more robust. And that means, you know, concrete, towers, etc., etc. That does take a little bit of time. So look, I'm not going to say that they can't fly again in 6 months. or by the end of the year. I'm not going to say that. I'm usually not skeptical about this stuff. I'm usually like, okay, if that's what they say, all right, do it. And very much, you know, if Dave Lim says we want to fly in December, all right, do it. But what I'm worried about is that getting New Glenn to return to flight just to make, you know, just show like your company can take a rocket running on the damn pad, right, and blowing up the entire launch complex for the most part. Oh, look, we can bounce back from this. It speaks volumes to me where Blue's upper management is as a company. And I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm really not. Like, this, I think it's a fair criticism. Returning to flight fast is not what you want to do right now. That tells me that you're more worried about how the company looks rather than how it performs, which I don't know. Maybe my finger is not on the pulse correctly. It's entirely possible that I am 100% wrong. But look, anybody that tries to throw a heavy lift launch vehicle pad back together in 6 months, changing the entire concept of operations, look, that you're gonna run into hurdles. You're gonna run into hurdles. You know, if Dave Lim says it's gonna take 6 months, if that was me, that I would say it's gonna take 6 months if I went to all my engineers and said it's gonna take 4 months. You know, oh, the engineers say we'll be good by the end of the summer. I'm like, okay, I would say the end of December, right? It's always a nominal gap, and what I would tell people is the upper end of that nominal gap, and I hope that's what he's doing, because if he's went to his engineers and his engineers said, oh, we could get it done in 6 months, there's unknown unknowns there. You're changing the entire ConOps, like you're integrating the booster in a completely different fashion. There's gonna be unknown unknowns there. There's gonna be roadblocks that you run into. Take it from me, I know from doing this. Kerbal's actually a very good teacher about integration concepts, if you know what you're doing, right? So, I mean, before Blue Origin came out and said, I'm gonna talk in work, dudes. Before Blue came out and said, like, we're, you know, it's gonna take this long, I was, for the most part, saying like, oh, it's probably gonna take them about 12 to 16 months. Because and even then, like, I got grilled on Flame Trench 3 weeks ago for saying this. Like, every other host was like, there's no freaking way. You know, Ryan and Sawyer were like, they'll be back up in 2028. I'm like, no, they could do it in 2027. And that was, you know, that we had already known at that point that they were going to do vertical integration. And that's what I kind of that's what I kind of thought about in my mind. And I drew up a concept for how you could turn Slick 36 into a 4 or 5 New Glenn launch pad complex. Yeah, I made some cool paint diagrams and stuff. I should probably go find those. But yeah, like, sorry, Mac and Cheese. I know this is a long answer, dude, but honestly, like, could they theoretically fly in 6 months? Yes. But I'll be real with you. If they fly again in 6 months, it's going to be something that's cobbled together. And I don't think cobbling together a pad is a wise decision when A, you know, you're cobbling stuff together on a pad that exploded, and B, you changed the integration pipeline for the booster. So New Glenn up until this point was horizontally integrated. They'd build it on the gigantic transporter erector, and then they'd turn it upright onto the pad and go, right? The transporter erector got blown in half. It's literally, that's what hit the towers, and that's what caused one tower to fall and the other one to get damaged. The explosion was so violent, it ripped the TE apart Predator style at the spine, and the legs kind of shot off in every direction. So you're changing the integration ConOp. That you're gonna run into unknown unknowns. The booster was designed to be put together horizontally. You're going to, like, if they do fly again in 6 months, it's going to be with something that's cobbled together. And I'm worried that for the, you know, the Artemis program is going to require a lot of launches really fast. You know, to get the lander up there and refuel it and send it out to the moon, etc., etc. Right? It's going to require a lot. It's going to require a pad where you're going to need to launch a couple of new Glens pretty damn quick. With vertical integration, you can be afforded faster, faster stacking times, right? You can put stuff together pretty quick with vertical integration. All you need is a bridge crane, right? But yeah, I'm worried that if I'm worried that they're focused on flight rate, or they're focused on showing everybody that they can bounce back from an explosion, and they're not actually worried about, like, A, what the explosion did, and B, the fact that they need to support the Artemis program. Like, we need them for the Sustainable Lunar Development Program. And yeah, they seem to be, like, worried about, you know, how the company looks. I don't know how to, like, that's the vibe that I get. Once again, maybe I am wrong. It is entirely possible that I am completely wrong, but I don't know, man. I don't know, man. She's kind of funny. You're funny too. Hey, Hallingar, can we get a recap on the OIG report? Which one? There's been 2 that have come out in the past week.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Zizep, gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. Sorry, I am willing to pay the extra part count to have this not Z fight. Actually, we could probably do it better with the structural. You know what? Screw it. We got to test the crane. The crane has to be right. How's the heat over there? It's about 86 outside today and pretty damn humid. So I think that's like approaching 30°C. Why are they changing the way they integrate boosters other than the fact that it got blown up? I don't know, RJ. I'm not sure what the stakeholder expectation was behind doing that. And I'll be real with you. If the expectation is, well, we're going to switch to vertical integration so we don't have to build another transporter erector, Dave Limp needs to be slapped. Like, slapped. That is a terrible reason to freaking do that. I'm telling you right now. Let's put it this way. There isn't enough public knowledge to have a good timeline. Yeah, I got you, Sawyer. Look, they're cooking up something. I know they're cooking up something, but I think what I've said regarding the pad and pad con-ops and whatever is pretty damn not accurate, but I think that's a fair assessment with the information given. Let me put it to you like that. You wouldn't want to erect it too much. No. You want that a lot, VPAD. You gotta have a lot of launches. You gotta erect a lot of rockets. Higher flight rate. We would want more rocket erections, not less. What's wrong with you, man? And we ain't calling a doctor after 4 hours either. You know, sometimes it takes that long to fuel the rocket up so you can, you know. Sounds hard. Well, I've been saying that it's a difficult thing to do. You know, if Blue remade the pad out of wood, right? If they could remake Slick 36 out of wood and launch in the morning on a wooden pad. They could erect their rocket in the morning on a wood pad. What? We're talking about integration con-ops, right? right? So, cranes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just modifying this a little bit, so there we go. Oops. Yeah, these are attached to that. Hey, Aviation Geek. How are you today? I hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I just have to fix some of my FBO stuff here for this pad. And some of my GSE needed to be, the dimensions needed to be changed. I didn't measure twice, cut once, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm doing good. Good to see you again, man. How are you? Play more Flight Sim or what? Instead of building a whole new lightning tower, can they just add a detection system on top of the water tower? Yeah, you could, Spaceflight. I don't think they're going to rebuild the second lightning tower, dude. But they might. You can see them if you download a pack for them, Aviation, yeah. I took the Huey and I flew around Kennedy for it. I heard Blue Origin made a new rulebook for the pad and it goes all the way up to... I don't know what's worse. The fact that you made that joke or the fact that you know what that means. All right, guys, I've already done this when we built the original fairings for this. I'm just gonna go into Notepad and I'm gonna make these single piece fairings. And yeah, you've seen me do this before. Well, the whole point of that was to not do that, but all right, whatever. I'm just adjusting the rails on the x-axis for the crane. Or, excuse me, the y-axis controller. It'll make sense in a second. Hold on. Make a backup? Oh, I already did, dude. Don't worry about that. R3 would be the backup, dude. When we're making the GLP-1 crane, chat keeps calling that. I actually like that. That's a funny name. This is the GLP-1 service tower. Yeah, I forgot my train of thought. Yeah, I backed up the save. That's what I'm trying to say. This is a different version. I hear GLP-1 does that to your train of thought, though, too. Oh, yeah? Oops. Did you figure out why the cubic octaves were wobbling before? Which ones? You know what? I don't like that those are in symmetry. I don't want them to be in symmetry. It's going to be easier just to run the struts manually. How do you enable X, Y, and Z points to move objects? I haven't seen that in KSP. They're called, I believe Harvester called them gizmos back in the day. Gizmos are, it's the control menu up here. If you hit 2 on the keyboard, not on the number pad, and then select an object, right? You can move it. Very, very useful. I remember when those were added to the game, they changed how we make things overnight. Dude, before it was very difficult to make anything look nice in KSP. That completely changed the game and allowed for much more advanced builds. And yeah, then the floodgates opened on crazy stuff. The section that had the pistons on it. So it turns out that for whatever reason, RJ, fairing attachment joints, if they're downstream in the hierarchy of an active hydraulic, they become very floppy. No, I have no idea why that happens. Yeah. Herman Lee has his own signature guitar through PRS now. Or, well, it came out last year, but I'm just finding that out now. Cool, Ethereal, right on. So this could be the best type of pad for Slick 6 for New Glenn. Okay. If you really want my honest opinion, New Glenn needs a mobile launcher. If you do not want to use a transporter erector for it, you want a mobile launcher. The thinking that I'm... Okay. The thinking that I'm coming up with here is that Blue wanted to change New Glenn to vertical integration. The engineers wanted to change it, but for some reason in the past, management insisted on horizontal integration. Horizontal integration in a horizontal integration facility is good for a rocket about the size of Falcon 9. Once you start getting bigger than that, your transporter erector becomes the most complicated piece of equipment in the whole pad, and a very delicate one at that, because it's right next to the rocket when it goes off. Right? TEs are very hard to make. If you're working with a big rocket. That's why you don't see them very much for gigantic freaking rockets. That's why they didn't even bother with the Saturn V. Saturn V, they just use a gantry crane. A gantry crane is a much cheaper off-the-shelf component. You just lift it and stack it. Now the thing is, if you're going to do something like that, you either need a mobile service tower or you need something like a VAB. If you really want my honest opinion, if I had carte blanche to just do whatever the heck I want at Blue Origin, what I would honestly be doing now is looking into mobile launchers. I would straight up build a copy of 39A. Or a copy of Complex 39. Straight up. The engineering's already done for you. New Glenn would benefit very, very well from using mobile launchers like the Saturn V. My reasoning for this is very simple. If something does go wrong, just pull the launcher off if it blows up, pull the launcher off the pad. You could lift up the launcher and take it away and scrap it or repair it or do whatever, and then you could put a new pad on there. It's good for high flight rate. SpaceX dropped below 154. That also, building a clean pad design with a mobile launcher also allows you, well, you know what? I could explain it, or I could just show you a picture. So if I was Blue, what I would do right now, you have I just thought of something, but hold on. If I was Blue, I would do something like that. I'd build a mobile launcher, and I'd put a milk stool for New Glenn 7x2 there. The reason why I would do that is so you have somewhat umbilical commonality between New Glenn 7x2 and New Glenn 9x4. But then again, 9x4 has a much bigger upper stage, so that wouldn't really particularly matter. But a launch umbilical tower, the red structure here, and a mobile launcher platform. So the LUT and the MLP come together to make an ML, just a mobile launcher. All right. That is the best type of concept of operations if you're planning on launching multiple types of rockets from one pad. So the reason why I brought this up is because that's a Saturn V mobile launcher that was modified at the end of the Apollo program to use a milk stool. That's the slang term for it, the milk stool. The milk stool was an adapter that adapted the Saturn V hold down points. Well, that's not really Saturn V hold down points. It's just the they just welded it to the deck to a Saturn 1B launch pedestal. Now, here's the thing. New Glenn already has this piece, the pedestal piece, engineered. That's already been made, right? We saw it on LC-36. Unfortunately, the pad plate and deck got blown away, which kind of sucks, but in that picture right there from Noogles, when the pad was not completely wrecked, see, the plate is right there. See the plate piece? All right, so make another one of those. Make another one of those. Put that on a mobile launcher. That's not what they're going to do, but that's what you should do, because this has your umbilicals. It has all the umbilicals figured out, and unless the NG4 explosion had something to do with the umbilicals, and I don't think it did, considering the explosion came from up where the wing, like that blue stripe is, like that was the origin of the whole explosion, right? You know that works. You see how with this design they had a pad frame that was sitting kind of over a flame trench, and the transporter erector interfaced with it, right? See what I'm talking about? Take that freaking thing, right, and do that. Build a launch umbilical tower, or buy ML2. I don't care, whatever. I mean, you're gonna have to convince NASA that you won't grenade their pad at 39B. But that would be a good idea. And I don't know how you'd go about integrating it. You'd need one of the high bays in the VAB. One of the high bays in the VAB is open. High bay 1 is still in shuttle configuration, which is, it's basically abandoned. Like, there's an entire high bay in the VAB abandoned, and that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Or figure out a way to make something like this at Complex 36. You have the, well, I'm not sure you have the real estate of Complex 39, but you do have a lot. It doesn't have to look like that, but that's not, well, I was about to say these mobile launchers aren't expensive to make. ML2 notwithstanding, but ML2 needs to be super light because of SLS with its solid rocket boosters. Long story short, you don't have to worry about that. New Glenn 9x4 was well within the weight limits for a design like this. So just make that. Just make that and make a twin pad launch complex at 36. That way both of the pads, however you refactor them for a mobile launcher and vertical integration, right? If you build 2 MLs and you build some type of vehicle assembly building to go with it, right? You can easily reconfigure these for New Glenn 7x2 or for New Glenn 9x4. Yeah, I think that would allow the most flexibility in Blue's launch operations and their plans as a company for the next like 20 years. That would be sufficient enough for a good while. Why is it in shuttle config? High Bay 1 was abandoned after STS-135. I have pictures of it. Abandoned. Probably shouldn't have pictures of it. Abandoned, but we have them. Yep. Still in shuttle configuration to build a shuttle stack. You can see there's the orbiter. The shuttle would be like right here. How recent are these? These pictures are not recent, but I will tell you right now that it still looks like this. I can't prove that though. I have more. Yep. All the service gantries are still there. They just left them there. They haven't been used since July of 2011. So they've been abandoned for 15 years. And one, I hate saying that. 2, I hate seeing it abandoned. But yeah, with Constellation, that wouldn't have happened. With Constellation, what they were going to do is configure High Bay 3, which ended up being for SLS. They were going to configure High Bay 3 for Ares 1. Shouldn't have been too hard to do that. In fact, they built the 1X stack in there, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't know. I'd have to go look. And what they were going to do is just use High Bay 3 and Ares 1 and launch from 39B and go from there. And what if the Constellation program had kept going? What they were going to do is reconfigure 39A for Ares 5 and then build another mobile launcher, which ended up being the one that got built anyway, for Ares 5. And that would have been all, 39A would have been completely revamped. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. So that would make it so you don't put yourself in a position where you can't launch anything. So there would, and then, you know, once 39A was retooled for Ares 5, you could launch crew from 39B, right? And then you could launch Ares 5 from 39A. That was the whole idea. We didn't do any of that. And then SpaceX leased the pad, NASA leased the pad to SpaceX. So that killed any stopgap launch capability that NASA could have dreamt of. That killed that idea real quick in 2015. We could have Bechtel build them a new tower. Apparently they can do that. You know, Vash, what we saw yesterday, or going through that OIG report, man, the interesting thing to me is that out of all those companies, Bechtel came in, right? And did they milk the contract a little bit? Yeah, probably. But that OIG report said that it was going to be done by the end of this year. That mobile launcher is pretty damn finished. So you could say whatever you want about Bechtel, like, and there certainly is a lot to criticize, but they did finish a contract, or they were at least like 95% of the way there. Like, to the point where you can conclusively say, even the OIG can conclusively say that at the very, very latest, it would be available sometime in the spring of 2027. Which is, like I said, you could say, like, okay, what I'm trying to get at here, guys, I'm gonna talk and work. What I'm trying to get at here, dudes, is, look, yeah, Bechtel's gonna squeeze you for money, but they'll actually get something done comparatively to whatever the hell Dynetics and Boeing did. Dynetics with the Universal Stage Adapter and Boeing with the EUS, and, you know, Northrop Grumman with the freaking Halo module. At least Bechtel finished something. Like, I have to give credit where credit is due. Yeah, they did milk the contract a little bit. They did nickel and dime NASA, absolutely, and that ballooned the cost. Couple that with COVID, it ballooned the cost pretty hard, but it's finished. And you know what, dude? I'll be 100% honest with you. I'll take it. Like, dare I say it, they get a bad rap, like, because, you know what, dude? Finishing a contract is a big deal. It seems like not many contractors do that with NASA nowadays. They just sit there and do nothing and then expect payment, which, you know, I would love to get paid to sit there and do nothing. That would be really, really, really nice. Sorry, I already showed kind of in detail how to do this the other day. I'm just gonna get it done. I'm deleting the fairing segments because I had to shorten my y-axis fairings because we skinnied up the crane. I have to shorten the fairings, and you had to remake them, and you can make them in segments. But if you don't make them in segments, if you don't make them in, if you can go into, damn it, man. You can delete the segments in Notepad, and it'll just make one long segment of the fairing, and that makes it so the crane is less likely to bind and it's less likely to cause an explosion. Sorry. Brain do good, bad. Not great. Bad, bad, bad. All right, so if you look, at these fairings, right? See how they're made out of a bunch of segments? Like, see, there's a bunch of segments there. The crane will get hung up on these gaps, especially when it's under load. I've learned that one the hard way. So I made the changes to Notepad. If we go and it's not going to update in real time in KSP, right? But if we go and I reload this exact craft file after I made the modifications in Notepad, those fairings should be one piece. They shouldn't be segmented anymore. Nope. See, they're good. Okay. Grumpy, angry, stupid. How long since last sleep question? I didn't get a lot of sleep again last night because I had to wake up early. Insomnia is still a thing for your boy. What's getting me right now, guys, is I'm trying to lose weight, and I am down a good bit. And I was trying to lose weight before, you know, what happened with Bree and everything went down. And I totally lost it when the poop hit the fan. And yeah, because I was just eating hospital food, right? I'm trying to sweat that all off now. So I went back to Raptor side. We gotta. Hey, baby. I went back to intermittent fasting, and when the poop hit the fan through May and this part of the month, what I would do is I'd stop the stream and then I'd go and eat and then go to bed, which is terrible for you. You shouldn't eat right before you sleep. I mean, you can if you want, or whatever. You're gonna gain weight if you do. Your body needs time to digest, not when you're sleeping. I don't know. So the reason why I'm losing a lot of sleep at night is because I finished the stream and my mind's like, you should eat something. You should eat something. You should eat something. You should hungry statement. And I'm like, stop it. Stop it. Now, for what it's worth, I'm not like not eating. I just eat before the stream. I eat a nice meal before, not after. I think I was 254 on the scale this morning. After the whole fiasco with me and Bree in May, I got up to 270 again. How long was she in there? Bree was in the ICU for a week, Farm. And then... So what I did after the poop hit the fan was I tried to go back to my regular streaming schedule, and I failed miserably because I had to take care of her at the time. Like, we're good now, but yeah, it took about a month of rehab, like, because she had to have a C-section and stuff, and yeah, they went in there and did a lot of work, let's say. So yeah, it was basically me doing everything. And yeah, I just eating healthy kind of fell to the wayside, which kind of sucks, but we're fixing that now. But yeah, that's what's keeping me up at night. Like I stopped the stream last night at like 8 p.m., right? You know, I think it was closer to 9, right? And, you know, I immediately go sit down and watch like Vice Grip or whatever, or Cleater or whatever. And, you know, my brain's like, you need to eat. You should eat something. Eat something. Eat. Hungry statement. And I'm like, no, stop. And, yeah. Like I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed because I have to get up at like 6 in the morning again because I had to do errands this morning, right? And yeah, freaking sat in bed staring at the ceiling with my brain going, why aren't you not eating? I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Why are you not eating? I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Stop it, statement. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's what's going on with me. EJ looked disgusting when he eat. Yes. So, yeah, that's what's going on. All right, so part of past EJ's notes were to add another set of crew tanks. Here for the other side. Shut something at zero value. Popcorn is what I've been doing, Tessa, because it's relatively low calorie. Hey, Wirelord, what's going on, dude? Glad to catch you live again. I started working from home, and the eating healthy thing has been a struggle for you, for sure. Glad to hear things are slowly getting back to normal for you after the poop hit the fan. Sending my love. Thanks, guys. You guys have been nothing but awesome. Seriously, I couldn't ask for a better community. And I'm look, you know, I don't like giving chat credit, right? But also, yeah, the vast majority of you guys have been very tolerant of my bull crap. You know what I mean? And I really appreciate it. You have my word that I will make it up to you guys during the summer. We'll stream a lot. So, yeah, you have my word on this. But what I am going to, so two things with summertime, just in case. So Bree and I are going to be in Michigan for Woodward, right? To go see Bree's family, and also Woodward, with the Woodward Dream Cruise. It's a gigantic car show in Detroit in the middle of August. So I need to take time off for that. And then next week, guys, I'm going to take that off so I can just make sure I'm fully ready to go. But from basically July 6th till about August 13th, we're going to be grinding. We gotta get back to form. Nothing to make up for. It's not about making up for lost time or lost stream time or anything, Fluffy. It's about getting back into the groove so I can deliver the content that I want to deliver. In the past, I would say that, you know, in the past, I said something along the lines of, I want to give you guys the content that you deserve. But I don't think I can live up to that much for the past couple of months. So, let's just, yeah, I'm gonna try to give you the best content I can through the summer. We might have a SpaceX launch coming up to you soon. Oh, yeah? Hey, Kerbal Guy, having a blast watching all the progress and excited to get to watch an autonomous launch and on-orbit construction of something sweet. Yeah. Wait, autonomous launch? What do you mean? Can you borrow a backpack from NSF for the car show? Backpack? I have a live view. I still have most of the auto streaming set up, dudes. I just had to ship off some of it for a special project. So yeah, guys, once again, just on a quick side note, and I'll say this again, like, throughout the 29th. So actually, from Flame Trench tomorrow till the 6th, I'm gonna take this week. And I know I haven't been around, and dude, my mind is saying, don't do that. Taking a week off for the stream could be catastrophic because you haven't been streaming as much. But, you know, Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley once said, it ain't a crime to be good to yourself. You know what I mean? Don't need to wait for an invitation. You gotta live like you're on vacation. Don't want to wait till I know you better. Let's just be glad for the time together. It's deep. When do you think Starship is going to be going up? Flight 13 is probably sometime in either the 4th week of July or, well, might be the 3rd week of July or August. Lick it up. It's only right. It's only right now. Take it off, but don't feel bad if you want to do late night Battlefield. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. I don't know. Shout It Out Loud. That's another good song. Different album, though. Are you going to head down for the launch? No. I'm nowhere near, like, mentally prepped to go spend 2 weeks in Starbase. I mean, John, I don't know. Maybe I will. It is, like, part of it's a staycation, part of it's not. Bree and I are going to screw off somewhere for a little while. It's not Florida, guys. That would be cool, but I need like a total reset. And I know that if we go to Florida, that's not happening because that means I'll be in close proximity to Kennedy Space Center. Not a good idea. Not a good idea if we're trying to go on vacation and switch the damn brain off. That's a bad idea. You know? Just telling you the truth. It's too... Arnak, honestly, we found other places to go. That... Nantucket's expensive, dude. Nantucket on the 4th of July? Give a freaking break, dude. Come to Brazil? No. I'm good. We got a spot. Should be good. Just, I'm gonna do the whole Don Draper, like, detox for a week. Passport or no passport? I don't know. World Cup's in town. Well, not in town, in country. I don't want to talk about it. We're going somewhere. I don't want to tell you where. I'm trying. The whole point of that vacation is to detach it from stream as much as possible, and I've already said too much. Anyway, so we have all the modifications done to the crane. We should do a... I do have to do lights. Okay, so we have better access for crew. How many parts did this end up? 405. Blech. Blech. What are you gonna do? Going back to the future? What? No. We do have to build the horizontal out here. You know too much. Face the wall, please. If you went to Florida, the magnetic field of Kennedy Space Center will pull you in. That's right. Nano, check your last. What's up, dude? Hello again, EJ. Hope the stream's been going well. I got a question for you. How do I make Kerbal stations that don't look hideous? Look at real life stuff, dude. Just find a station that you think looks cool. I just pulled up a picture of Mir. And look at the modules. What do the modules have on them? Solar panels, they have thrusters, they have radiators, docking ports, antennas. Just build them. So, now, you guys want to know how I know so much about different modules for the space program, and like I seemingly know what every docking port and adapter and everything does. It's because I've done a lot of Kerbal builds where we build stuff that's based off of real life counterparts, right? Like the shuttle launch pad that we're building right now. Like, if you, this is going to sound stupid and this is a weird way to word it, but if, you know, when you study something and try to recreate it either in Kerbal or a 3D model or whatever, you become very intimately familiar with it, whether you want to or not. Because to get every detail right, you have to sit there staring at the stupid thing for hours, right? You know, you have to look at every conceivable detail, how all this stuff comes together, what's attached where, why it's attached where, why are the solar panels there, why are the fuel tanks there, why is the docking port there, etc., etc. And you end up really learning a lot about, you know, whatever you're trying to make, either in Kerbal or whatever. And I've done a lot of kind of alt history timelines with architectures and stuff. That's how I'm so familiar with how all this stuff works. Like the ISS, Mir, Salyut, Almaz, if we're talking Russian space stations, Skylab, yeah, Space Hab, Space Lab, payload bay configurations for the shuttle, etc., etc. Like, yeah, there's the Salyut program, which was this Soviet Salyut-6. That's Salyut-6. So, Nano, you want to make a station that doesn't look like doo-doo? Go and look at real space stations. Look at the Salyut program, which are DOS modules, or, yeah, you want to look. Like I said, this is how I ended up learning so freaking much about all this stuff, guys, because I really get into the nitty-gritty details of this, and we do deep dives on stream, and I've been doing it for 15 years, to the point where I, like, really understand how this works and understand it really well. Not only that, you know, people are asking questions throughout streams, and I do long streams with KSP usually, you know, and, you know, you end up going into detail about these modules and learning everything about them, you know, where it was launched, when it was launched, what rocket, what it does, you know, how does it work, etc., etc., where the windows are, for instance. You learn all that stuff, and yeah, yeah, I've gotten to the point where I know what most of this stuff does. And me, I'm blessed with a really good memory. I'm very sharp. I remember a lot. Like if I sit here and I read it with you guys and I read it back to you and I explain it a couple times, it'll stick and I will not forget it. Even this conversation, Nano, I will remember this conversation 6 months from now. And I'll remember you asked me. And I'll remember what we talked about. I don't know how that works. I don't even want to sit there and try to figure out why that works. Why my head does that. I don't know. I don't know. I just have a good memory. Maybe I was dropped. I think I was dropped as a child or something. I know I got a couple of concussions playing football. Playing American football in school back in the day. Maybe that has something to do with it. Or it could be the tism, dude. That's what I mean about not wanting to unpack that. Like, I'm just gonna sit here and just say I had a concussion or something, and that knocked a... I was about to say knocked a couple of screws loose, but I guess the right way to say it would be maybe tightened a couple of screws in my head or something. I don't know. I don't want to sit here, and I don't want to know if it's ADD. I don't want to know if it's autism. I don't want to know. accept it. I'm comfortable with being me. I don't need an explanation for why I do that. It's a very useful skill, and I enjoy it, and that's it. It makes me good at my job, and I like being good at my job. That's all. That's all. That's all. I don't even want to unpack it. Screw that. But I'm not going to say that it couldn't be either, you know? Like, it's very possible. What's the 1245th word in the first Gateway OIG report that you read? I'm not that good. I don't have that much TISM. Only maybe a little bit. I don't know. Sorry. No, not that good. There. I decided it would be a good idea to bathe our work lights, or to bathe our launch pad with a nice shade of hospital green. Does the Starliner capsule that flew CFT-1 have a name? Calypso. It also flew the OFT-1 mission. Yeah. Make it a nice hospital green so, you know, we stay nice and tranquilo. These lights less intensity? Yeah, they are. Okay, less intensity. I miss being able to adjust the intensity on the light. Is there a command for mods used? It's Wirelord, it's most likely KSP1 mods. Yeah, Dan, there you go. You could barely remember what you ate for breakfast, man. Well, like I said, I got plenty of time training my brain over a long period of time to get to remember things. Like, either that or it's statism, dude. I don't freaking know. Like, might be. But once again, I am nowhere near ready to even try to or want to figure that out at all. You know, I think for part count's sake, we could probably get away with just 2 of these things. That's more than enough illumination there. All right, well, here's what we got to do now. So we added more crew tanks, added more lights. We need to put the the SAB interfacing mechanism. Was there Starliner news recently? I thought I saw something, but I didn't have time to read it. Supposedly, Starliner is gonna do an uncrewed resupply mission to the ISS on August 1st. Supposedly. I heard that's a net date, though. So, take it with a grain of salt, man. All right, we have to test this again because we didn't test it before, so. Let's get our mass simulator out. And let's just put it in a random spot. I'll put it over here because it's going to test all 3 throws at the tank. This is like a worst case scenario integration position. Oh, the last thing that I have to do here is adjust the throw. .356. I need to go into the cal controller and I need to set the maximum here to 3.56. Copy, paste. This will make it so the throw on those hydraulics only go to the stops, which is fine. All right, cool. Good. Y-axis movement, cal controller is good. Will you clad the MST? Part count. Part count's gonna kill me, dude, if I try. We might be able to get away with making a bigger flag. Some people have told me about doing that. Like, we could scale a flag and maybe use those, but honestly, I like it. This is kind of like an X-ray view, so you get the general idea where the crane is and everything, but this also shows you exactly like what I'm doing inside the building. Like, if this was all cladded, it would be really tough to like get a good camera angle for what's going on. I think that's why part count is the biggest reason, though. I mean, if I could, I would. And if it didn't absolutely rip my part count, I would do that. All right. You're launching a rocket right now, and it's like New Glenn taking off. Oof. I heard whispers of that, Lava Eagle. I don't think that's, I'm not going to say that I don't think it's public information. I'm pretty sure well, Eric Berger posted that, but yeah, that's the thing, man. He doesn't cite sources, but his sources, whoever they are usually good. So, even though I'm not like the biggest Eric Berger fan around, but his sources are good. Okay. Here we go. So conceptually, this should work exactly the same. It should just be fine being able to pick up this thing. It shouldn't blow up, but who knows? It might. Let's just pray that our all the engineering that we did when we built the original crane carries over to this skinnier version. I'm pretty sure it does, but you don't know. The lights do work. Yes, we can shut those off. I'm just making sure we're aligned. Okay. Hold on to your butts. Not what we want. Oh, hold on. I noticed something that's different. The fairings on the other crane aren't. They're positioned like that. So I noticed that it was counting it as a probe. It wasn't counting it as a lander, interestingly enough. That may have been a problem. I probably should have checked it, but it's okay. Guys, I'll be honest, if this crane gives me trouble, I'll just go back to using the one that works and we'll make it work. I'm not even kidding. I'll just be like, you know, let's just use that. I am very disappointed. Fire 1 million. It could have been something as simple as the fairings were rotated the wrong direction. Yeah. I built the other fairings on the other crane were built in a slightly different way. I had another section out there a split section inside of the structural fuselage. That might be it. This is probably still going to explode if I know KSP. Did you reload the file? What do you mean? Why is probe instead of a lander a problem? I actually went into this in pretty good detail on yesterday's stream, Kai. There is docking vessel hierarchy. Long story short, if this thing is set as a probe, it's very possible that the crane could be docking to other things. All right? Now, think about this from just a plain English standpoint. If I have a crane and I'm lifting something up onto a building, you don't say that I attach, you don't say that the payload attaches to crane, right? The crane picks it up and moves it, right? The crane being a much bigger vehicle that's designed to lift payloads, etc., right? Kerbal uses hierarchy like that. Like, the best example I can give is like station is higher on vessel hierarchy docking logic than a ship is, because you don't dock stations to a ship. You dock ships to a station. Dragon docks to the ISS, right? You don't say the ISS docks to Dragon. That sounds strange. Kerbal has hierarchy, that vessel docking hierarchy that works like that. If this is set as probe and this thing, because I separated it, it should be counted as debris, but it is counted as debris. Probe and debris, it still theoretically should be good, but probe and debris are very close to each other in vessel hierarchy. Probe is at like the bottom of the list. And base is at the very top. Station and base are the top two. How do you control the crane? Cal controllers that are bound to hotkeys. Any funny business happen when you move out of range and back? I had that tested with the wider crane. No, the wider crane was fine. So I use I, J, K, L, H, and N for the hydraulics. Y-axis movement is J and L. X-axis movement is I and K. And Z-axis movement is H and N. And I can just tap the keys to make very small adjustments. It's actually super useful. All right. It's gonna explode again, I think. Told you. There is some differences in these fairings here to revision 3. Let's try to make these things work like the revision 3 fairings. Either that, or I'll just bring the revision 3 fairings in here, just reattach them. I had a feeling this might do this. Like in Kerbal, once you get something that works, just use it. But I'm worried about the tower. So like the reason why I skinnied up the service tower is because I'm worried about the fixed service structure, the thing with the crew access arm and the thing with the has-gas vent that we need to get the docking logic correct for launching the thing. I'm worried about it doing that. That's why I shortened this thing up. Okay, at this point, why is not better to set it to base variant and set the priority of the vessel at 11 plus? The short answer, Pig, is that this crane is designed to build rockets on a launch pad. I'm attaching the rocket to the pad. I don't want to attach the pad and rocket to the crane. The crane stacks onto the pad. The pad structure where I actually build the rocket, that's the base component. Because I want everything docking, I'm building it on the pad. I want everything docking to the pad. The crane uses the lander because the lander's right in the center of vessel hierarchy. Like probe, debris, and rover, I think, are lower, and then ship station and base are higher, right? What's the root part? That girder segment up there. So how I did this was I put a segment in there, and this thing didn't pop at all. I have another segment. The Revision 2 crane has the big segment right to the fairing cone. There's no intermediate segment. That's the only other thing I can think of that's not that made this thing work so well. The R3 crane worked correctly, and the crane that the R4 crane, the skinnier one, not. Could locking out the gantry hydraulics and auto-strutting it before docking, leaving only the vertical axis free, help in any way? Yeah, that'll probably... 62, we could always do that. Sure. It'll explode trying to pick up from anywhere, Crow. But yeah, 62, locking out this stuff, having a lockout control could fix it, sure. I'd prefer to not do that because... this is more of a me thing than anything. I have to make it idiot proof. I'll forget to lock it out if we go to build one of these. Like, say I don't use this for a number of months for whatever reason, and we come back and try to use it, I'll forget not to lock it out, because none of my other integration cranes ever have lockout capability. Because they didn't need it, because I took the time to test it and do it right. Not to say that your solution isn't the right one either. I'm saying that it makes more sense in my brain if I don't do a lockout function, but if you had a gantry crane that you were building and you wanted to do that, do it, dude. That's what manuals and checklists are for. Yeah, absolutely. But that's another step in the checklist too. Another step that we've proven that doesn't necessarily need to be there. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know. No, do not put a root part upstream from hydraulics. Aqualux. It'll scramble the hydraulics. Do you remember when I was using the shuttle to build Space Station Freedom and we got near the space station and it scrambled my robotic arm? Don't do that. Yeah, that's a no-no. Agamidi, big shuttle. All right, so let me add, I'm going to add a segment to the fairing here in Notepad. We need the height to be 14.0. Save. Sorry if I missed anything in terms of hierarchy, as I just recently got here, but wouldn't you effectively be rerouting this anytime you pick up the shuttle? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. I've all right, so that one has a segment piece and this one doesn't. Let's see. Let's see what happens if we go to try to do this again. Aqualex, I've never had good luck doing that with any of the integration cranes. I did try that back in the day, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, maybe I dreamt it, dude. I don't know. I don't really remember building the Freedom rockets crane. I don't remember that build too well off the top of my head, but what I do remember is that I made it a very, 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 very specific point to make that the root part. And that seems to be working. I don't know, dude. I mean, dude, it's not a bad idea. I know that it reverses the hierarchy on the hydraulics, and I know it doesn't like that. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, but it could work in this application. I'm not sure that that's the exact problem that we should be chasing, though. Aviation Geek, your mother took you to the movie premiere of Toy Story 5, and all the actors were there. You got to meet Tom Hanks, lovely guy. Oh, that's neat. Sun Temple, that's what I'm going to do. The absolute worst case scenario, if I can't get this to work, I'll just copy this third crane and, you know, we'll have the fairings that go all the way out there and screw it. Whatever. Nobody's going to be looking at the stupid crane anyway. So remember, I modified one of the fairings to work. And have the other one in the original configuration as a control. Let's see what happens. We just got to make sure the block settles and everything. And all right, hang on to your butts. Well, that made it worse. You know how much force that fairing needed to separate with to blow up the entire crane? That means that the separation force was so powerful it reverberated to the root part and blew up the root part, and the entire crane came apart. So that was worse. I really, really, really hope that there is some identifiable pattern to making this work, because if there isn't, that means this was just straight luck that these fairings worked correctly, and that kind of blows. Hey, Jackal. Going okay. Well, these fairings terminate inside of the fuselages. That's the only other thing I can think of. They terminate inside. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. Maybe it won't. See, like these poke out a little bit. The first thing that I'm going to try, actually, you know, yeah. There, that's straight up the same exact, it's not, well, it's not the exact same, but the base sides of the fairings are closed onto a base part. Could some of the weirdness be solved by losing them onto a part on the far end? That's another option that we can explore, but there's clearly a way to do it with a closed fairing because we proved that yesterday, right? It's not the exact same thing, but it's close. So, yeah, let's try this. I have no reason to believe that this is going to work. What I'm really quickly realizing, it just comes down to how you make the fairing. And the fairing is a float. The fairing segments are in, well, they're not float, they're in, well, yeah, no, they're in float, so you know, you could make it the same way in the editor and you'd get two differential diameters there, you know? Like, hey, I could be the big Kerbal face. I have no reason to believe that it's going to work. What I'm really looking for here is just patterns. I'm looking for behavioral patterns here with how these pieces work. Would it make it more reliable if you gave it more clearance? It's possible, but it floats it. Oculus. It's a rounding error that's just inherent to fairing construction could make inconclusive results. I could have just gotten it by luck yesterday, and I'm kind of hoping. I'm pretty damn sure that that's what's going on. Like, I have no reason to believe this isn't going to explode, but just in the off chance that putting a segment over there and then capping inside of the structural fuselage, you know, that's what we did with the revision 3 crane. If by some random chance that works, then it's pattern behavior, so I know that I can do that and I don't have to worry about the thing blowing up if I need to make another 2-axis crane, like making the SAB crane, for instance, which is what I really wanted to do today. But yeah, we'll see. To make a carriage with landing wheels. I do not want to put my gantry crane on springs. How about setting it by numerically edited? It still floats. It'll still float and round it, even if you use nice round numbers in the editor or in Notepad. Well, that's what I mean, 62. We could have made the exact same fairing, and if it floats it, the tolerance might be like 0.00000000000000001 between working every time and blowing up every time. I'll have to, the next logical step here would be to go look at the R3 craft file and then copy the diameter values from one to the other, and see if that works. Yeah, Vash, you don't want to put the gantry crane on wheels. I've done that in the past. What happens is if you try to pick something heavy up and you end up scrunching the wheels, it blows up. I mean, kind of similar to this, but the whole crane explodes. Well, actually very similar to this, but I think I've proven you can get good reliability with this if you know what you're doing, right? Like, copying and pasting the other fairing is not going to make it work because my gauge between the left rail and the right rail on the x-axis movement of the crane is different. All right, here we go. Mother fricker, that did it. That's what does it. Huh. Okay. Now I'm going to move from the forward lower left to rearward upper right. Well, there you go. See, that's what I mean. You know, sitting here and doing your due diligence instead of copying the revision 3 crane shows that I can make the same thing with 2 different craft files. Like, I know this is more or less the same craft file, but the crane is different. So that's a really good thing to know. You know what I mean? I can't say conclusively if it was the other segment or if terminating the fairing inside of the structural fuselage was the right move. I'm going to go ahead and say it's probably a combination of both of those things, but this does work. So when we go to build the SAB, the shuttle assembly building, I know how to make this. I know how to make it, and I know how to make it right. Hey, 6 string, what's going on? All right, let's set it down. We'll try to pick it up again. Make sure it wasn't a fluke. For SRBs, will you stack them without the nose cone and then attach the nose cone, or are you going to make a jig or something? I really see no reason in making the SRB nose cones detachable in the first place. The only reason they're detachable is to unfurl the parachutes. In real life Sea Kraken, we don't really have to worry about that. Yeah, I was just gonna fix the nose cone, dude, and go from there. Is it repeatable? No, it's just good engineering mantra, Drew. But also, yes, I can read your thoughts. I'm psychosomatic. Now, when you say he's psychosomatic, does that mean he can read other people's thoughts? No, not at all. Why is the part so offset? Weight. Everything in Kerbal is a spring. Everything in real life is a spring too, for what it's worth. All right. For this test, I'm not gonna wait for it to get nice and centered. I'm just gonna do a very hasty dock here and see what it does. Okay. What's weird is that it's stretching in a completely different way now. Yeah, Pigro, now I have a crane that's, yeah, should be pretty idiot-proof. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, like, this is the last time this thing's going to blow up. There are a couple of unknowns with integration behavior with the vehicle that I'm pretty sure is going to cause explosions, but hopefully the talk fest that I did, where I talked for 6 hours straight about hitting the spacebar wrong, where my hand slipped off the N key and hit the spacebar. I had a talk fest yesterday about how we're going to go about doing this, and I came up with some pretty good ideas, pretty good like avenues of trying to do this without that should minimize the amount of explosions, but not get rid of it completely. Also, drop it. Oh. And if the pad blows up, you technically have more realism. Oh, yeah. Does this have any in-game use, or are you playing around? Oh, I ain't playing around. I'm going to use this crane to build a space shuttle stack so I can reuse my space shuttles, Lucas. So does it have a practical use? Yes. It's a VAB. It's an assembly building. Well, technically mobile service tower if we're going with, you know, proper GSE naming conventions. It's GLP-1, yeah. Ground loading platform 1. All right, well, to celebrate this W and to basically Actually, it's not just a W that we got it to work, it's a W that we got repeatable behavior. Let's fly through it. Fly through it, and then we need to add the ridges to the front of the crane. Yeah, then we're good. Is the toilet ready for launch? Toilet is powered, waste tank purged. I'm not sure why it does that, Sea Kraken, but I know whatever that behavior is, it's not totally analogous to the vehicle. Like, sometimes it does that. That's just observed behavior. I've never really seen it cause any particular problems. Got an ET that can pick it up. We're getting to that. Don't worry. Stupid question. Attach the legs of the crane on the ground with the Stampatron and the docking port is a bad idea? I don't want to do that, Pig Bro. The reason why I don't want to do that is because this thing needs to move. The crane is technically a mobile service tower. It's not a fixed building. It moves on quote-unquote rails. No! Oh! Just made it. Just missed it by that much. Okay, don't do that. I thought I could make it, and then I went to roll, and I'm like, that's not great. Hey, the Eurofighter had enough to get out of it. I'm just saying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe if we put the burners on, it'll have enough. Oh, yeah. Akabidi make face big. Easy peasy. Side question, I'm looking at upgrading my PC. What should I prioritize? I run the same mods, but am I right in saying KSP is very RAM heavy? RAM and core clock speed is really what you're after with Kerbal. KSP is a little bit of a RAM hog, yes. I was gonna pause it and then go to third person, but Game didn't like that. Yeah, this isn't a runway, this is a taxiway, a very short taxiway. You told me not to think. Oops. I turned a little too early, I think. Val? That Val? You are? Nope. Jeb? Val got instantly obliterated. And Jeb is not here. Jeb, no, he's not here. So why are you came? It seriously blew up the crew tank that had him in it. There's 4 crew tanks in the gantry crane's design, and there's 3 of them here. Ain't that a coinkydink? Oh, yeah, we're not supposed to touch that structure. Yeah, you're right. My bad. K90? What do you mean? We're not flying the K90 through it. The K90 is bigger than the gantry crane. Why is the RPM limit bound to... Oh, we're gonna crash. Oh, jeez. Turbo shaft power is directly bound to rotor RPM on the cal controller for this, and yeah, that's a really dumb thing to do, actually. No, that's a really stupid way to do that. Yeah, that makes it real. That's bad for a helicopter. You don't want your throttle for your turbo shaft, like directly correlative to blade RPM. That's, yeah, you'd crash like that. Okay, now you have to make an SR-71 if you haven't. Oh. What? I gotta put... No, that's not what I want. Gotta have the right noise. There we go. Now we're talking. Please explain why it's bad. Because that means if you lose power, your blade stops spinning. You need the blade to not be correlative to power output of the engine, because that means if the engine fails, your blade will stop. You mean land, right? Give me a second. See? Much better. Yaw control is really touchy. I don't like it.
I feel so lonely night and day. I can't get your love, I must stay away. Well, I need you, girl, but
Titan on screen.
oh, little girl, there's a lot of big right. I can't get your love, I can't get satisfaction. Oh, little girl, psychotic reaction.
I don't like it. Alright, just gotta be careful with the yaw. Oh, jeez, it didn't like that. All right. Hold up. The heli, thanks, man. I'm using it to test going in and out of fizz range from the crane. So, like, I tested this 2 days ago, by flying through it a couple of times. What I'm, for the most part, testing is... The big thing here to understand is that, in Kerbal, there's ranges on items. So on vehicles, you have visual range. Visual range is about 2,000 meters. Okay. So 2 kilometers away is once the game is going to start rendering something, right? You could change that. I'm pretty sure you can change that with mods. But in the stock game, that's how it works. Now, just because it's there does not necessarily mean it's physically simulated, right? So it's going to render the building with the graphics card. But it only starts to physically simulate it, like put it under the force of gravity when you get within 200 meters, right? So going in and out of physics range will stop the simulation on the crane, start the simulation on the crane, stop the simulation on the crane, and then derezzing it, right? Going in and out of visual and physics range and just, modulating that, going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth is a really good way to test the stuff, to test that your stuff is Kraken proof. It's a couple, Oculix, yeah. I mean, yaw is too much. It's too much deflection. It puts too much of a yaw rate on it, and the aerodynamics of the helo want it to spring back. That's the big thing. But I think we're getting coupling forces because I have YPR on the joystick. But yeah, that would be a good way to mitigate that for sure. Anyway, back to the fun. By that much. Resin because yeah, Tron. Yeah, that yaw, the yawing back and forth. See how far it moves? I don't like that. I want yaw movement to be like about that. Full yaw left is that. That's way too much because, yeah, with too much yaw, right, in a helicopter, it does that. The spin of this will do funky things to the blade. Yeah, you don't want to do that. That's why helicopters have tail rotors. But the fuselage of the helicopter's made out of panels, so it's pretty robust. This thing's pretty damn survivable if you crash it. I don't want to say how I know that. I'm just going to say I've tested it, and we'll leave it at that. But yeah, we can mess with the Huey some other time. If you can build this, you can build an avatar. Dude, I have built all kinds of stuff in this game, dude. Summer sale is on with Steam. Lovely. I think I have an SR-71 to scale. That, like, all of my stuff is built to scale. So if you put like an F-14 that I've made next to an SR-71, they're the same scale. I use a unifying Kerbal scale of 2:3. So most of these Kerbal vehicles are about 2/3 the size of their real life counterparts. Take this Vulcan, for instance. I built this a long time ago. We could give this a detail pass and make it look a lot nicer with flags. Any Brits out there? Vulcan? Yeah? Yeah? You like that one, mate? Yeah, that's a pretty nice plane, isn't it? Yeah, see, we could use flags there instead of the panel. It would fly a lot better. I never really got the intakes how I wanted with this, but yeah. Aussie or Brit? What? Yes. You need a comically small SR-71, like Jeb's head sticking out of the top. The closest thing that I have to that, not this one. If you know what that is, well then good for you. I don't think it's sounded Australian, mate. This would be more like that, yeah. Maybe there's a regional Australian accent that sounds completely different. Maybe, I don't know. You've seen that behemoth in person, XH558. Mint. Yeah, I built all. We have all kinds of planes in here. Yeah, we even have boats. I forgot I made that. Yes, it does. Yes, you can break things with it. It's not necessarily a warship. This technically Ghost is a oil rig tender that I put a 5-inch Cal 38 single barrel turret on and made it shoot. Yeah. Like I said, we've built all kinds of stuff. Any Venture Star fans out there? Anybody like Venture Star? Yeah? Oh, it works. Works great, actually. It's pad, not so much. You're 40% of the way to the Fletcher, yep. I have an XB70. My XB70 is not built to scale. It is actually, yeah, it's too big. We should fix that. Things are good, Chris. Have you made an electric lightning? Yes. Yes, I have. I have an EEL in here. Gale made it so made it look like I had to scrunch jet engines together, but you get the idea. No, wait, does that thing fly? Venture Star? Yeah, that Venture Star works. That thing can put 30 tons into orbit. And I built a launch pad to go with it again, just like I'm building one now. It blew up in my face. Like, yeah, that one had a couple of bugs. Is it as insane as the real one? Yes. Oh yeah, it flies real good. Well, doesn't fly it's not very maneuverable. It goes fast though. Any Canadians out there? When Starship Enterprise. I have the Endurance. The Endurance is good enough. Did you water the plants? I did not water the plants today, Bree. You should water the plants so we can water the tomatoes. Water the tomatoes. You got it? All right, cool. Yeah, we'll look at planes for just a smidge longer and then... Oh, that's an old build. Yeah, no. Yeah. What are you doing out here then? Well, I'm inside. Yeah, we got all kinds of good stuff. It's an older build, sir, but it checks out. I was about to clear it. How long until we retry the Venture Star Pad with what you know now? Actually, Aqualex, when I first got this computer, I don't know if you were here for these streams. Like, not like here as a viewer, here just on that particular day. I did put the game through its paces, and the pad worked. Turns out that most of my pad designs were good. It's just my computer couldn't handle them. Which... is a thing. So yeah, it does work. But, why no Venture Star missions? Haven't gotten around to it. Well, Lava, actually, when we were working on the old computer, I'm putting my hand over there because that's the monitor for that computer. The computer's over there. But when we worked on the old computer, I did find out that there is some uniformity to Kerbal's physics simulation as long as you don't reload. No reverting save, no quick save, no quick load. That stuff screws things up. But, I bet your Star Raker will work now. Maybe. I lost my train of thought, dude. Okay, yeah, that's what I was talking about. There is some consistency as long as you don't quick load or revert, right? There's a lot of physics consistency. That's why when I do a test, I never revert to launch. I always go back to the SPH and launch again. So there is some uniformity with it. Anybody like YB49s? Speaking of trains, 4014 leaves today. I meant more of it as you said that the computer couldn't handle it, so it would blow up kind of randomly. In high part count situations, Lava, where the physics simulation was slow enough, you started to get missed what's called missed physically rendered frames. Basically, the simulation fidelity goes to hell when you have high part count. This thing, Canard, can handle it. And because it can handle it, some of my bigger builds actually work. And the consistency that I thought I would encounter with this stuff was encountered when I tested the builds on this computer. Does that make sense? Was this real? Yep. Yeah, the YB-49 was actually it was a follow-up project to the YB-35. The YB-35 was a flying wing with 4 backwards-facing propeller engines. And then Northrop modified it after the war and made the YB-49. The YB-49 was in competition with the B-36 for a U.S. next generation bomber. And it actually lost to this steaming pile of trash that is the B-36. Didn't they use prop pitch as yaw control? I don't know for sure, Aqualex, but that sounds right. YB-35, I don't know, but it's only a couple weeks away. YB-40 then. You know? Paul, you lived in Ogden. I'm lucky enough to see 4014 whenever it passes by. I love that giant machine. Oh, dude. We're playing in spaceflight geeks here, but we are also trained nerds here. Oh, yeah. Not like, oh, yeah, the big boy's cool. No, the big boy is an Alco 4000 4884 articulated steam locomotive that makes 6,000 horsepower. That should tell you everything you need to know about how big a train nerds we are, you know? Yeah, B-36, cost plus. Fun fact. This was still in the era where, the Air Force was like, yes, bigger, just make the bomber bigger. Make a bigger bomber. The bigger bomber is better. There's a guy on YouTube that is trying to make his own real Peacekeeper and is currently working on the cockpit. I've seen that, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the B-36. So, okay, fun fact about the B-36. They thought it was like, oh, it's going to be so much better putting the propeller behind the wing. Turns out when you put the propeller behind the wing, yeah, the amount of air that the propeller can move is constricted because there's a wing in the way. The B-36 was infamous for basically the engines catching on fire in flight. Yeah. The other thing is that you are getting, with the B-36, with backwards facing propellers, when the propeller's down here, right, you're going to get the high pressure air that's compressed underneath the wing feeding into the propellers, and the propellers love that, right? But on the top, you're getting disrupted air. You're getting turbulent air feeding into your propeller, which makes the propeller not propeller as well. Wasn't there an atomic variant? Yes. There was a nuclear-powered B-36. I mean, the B-36 was huge. I've seen one in real life. They're gigantic. That's a B-29 next to it. Just on a quick side note. Also, first principles testing question. Dude. It is a pretty looking plane for what it's worth. So the NB-36 is the variant that we're looking. Oh my God. We should get back to building cranes, but bruh. What was I saying? Sorry, that picture really distracted me. Oh yeah, the NB-36. There is a picture of the NB-36 over here somewhere. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's also XC-99, which is the passenger variant of a B-36. Just as much of a pile of junk as the B-36 is. NB-36, there it is. So that is a it's not nuclear powered. It has a nuclear reactor on board. There's a nuclear reactor on board, and they tested a nuclear reactor in the plane flying around. It works, but they never hooked it up to anything. I forget how they were going to get the propulsion from this. We've talked about it before on stream, but yes, Dan. It induced a little bit of vibration, but mostly it induced overheating because you have to make the engine half of the propeller's cycle is basically useless. So you have to run the engines twice as much, and the Wasp majors weren't getting the air that they needed. Those intakes were not anywhere near good enough. So if you notice, the NB-36 has a completely different nose to the other B-36s, right? The reason why is because they made a lead pressure vessel in here. They lead lined the entire cockpit so the crew wouldn't turn into ghouls, right? And yeah, the cockpit was so ridiculously insulated that it was quiet inside of on the flight deck, for what it's worth. So there was a nuclear reactor built into the tail to counterweight the freaking lead up at the front, right? So they put a nuke in the tail section, and they got it to work. Yeah, the test flights revealed that with the shielding used, the crew would not be endangered by radiation from the reactor, but there was a risk of radioactive contamination in the event of an accident. Yeah. The USAF pursued two different systems for nuclear-powered jet engines: the direct air cycle concept, which was developed by General Electric, and indirect, which was developed by Pratt & Whitney. The program was intended to develop and test the Convair X-6, a planned prototype for a fully functional nuclear-powered airplane. Yeah, so direct air cycle would take the nuke, you're air cooling it, right? And the nuke sucks in air and it heats it up and it basically pressurizes it, and you could use that to turn a turbofan. Yeah, you could use basically the nuke's bleed air to turn an engine. That's pretty smart. That's like nuclear thermal. That's like NERVA. We talked about NERVA already today. Indirect air cycle is most likely using a loop. So you probably have a that uses a series of heat exchangers, so you're not dumping radioactive radioactive air in the system. Yeah, the direct air cycle could work, though. You're just irradiating the upper atmosphere, though. That's why the indirect air cycle, where there's a closed loop cooling system in the nuclear reactor, and it exchanges temperature with the incoming air, right? And the intake air goes through, exchanges the heat with a closed loop cooling system, and then that heated air, not radioactive heated air, goes to the engines. The indirect is probably what I would do with this if we ever decided to do it again. But yeah, I mean, theoretically here, like, theoretically, dude, yeah, the plane could just fly basically forever as long as you can create waste heat. And nukes create waste heat for a very long period of time. Proposed flight hardware was going to be a two-stage molten salt loop. The idea is that the primary way a turbine works is mostly just heating the air. There's no reason the heat has to come from combustion. Bingo. I mean, Oglerx, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that wouldn't have been a good idea. That's actually... Yeah, using the nuke's heated air to make bleed air to spin a turbine and drive a turbofan would you'd never have to refuel that plane, ever. You'd never have to refuel it, but it would be functionally useless because all of your cargo space is taken up with rad lining, with lead lining stuff, so you don't get irradiated when you fly. Dude, this could be done. You could do this nowadays and you could make it safe. Honestly, you could. Would a nuclear jet work instead of a turboprop? I'm saying turbofans. A ducted fan. So, see, Kraken, think of a high bypass turbofan, but on the N2 turbine, right? You have your compressor, and then you have the combustor, right? And then you have your turbine, and then you have your N1 that spins the compressor. You don't need any of the compressors. You can basically make it like a turbo pump for a rocket engine, and you don't need a combustor, you don't need a compressor. You can use the heated air that was used to conduct the waste heat from the nuke and just blow it over the turbines. You don't need an N1, N2. You don't even need the jet engine. You don't need that. Just get rid of it. And just have your bleed air from the nuke pass over a turbine and make a ducted fan. That'll be great. And if you did the indirect air cycle that Pratt & Whitney was trying to do, yeah, you'd never have to refuel it. Like ever. The plane could just fly. It could fly for a year straight. No in-flight refueling. What you would have to do is your in-flight refueling wouldn't be fuel, it would be food for the crew. Hey, Bite. That seems inefficient. Now they want to do nuclear spacecraft, right? Long enough to separate the crew from the radiation, excuse my French. In space, it's not as big of a problem, TF, because anything you're sending into space has to be radiation resistant anyway, because there's a lot of radiation in space. Now, honestly, we're talking about two different types of radioactive waves here, but more or less it's the same idea. Actually, the stuff up in space is worse, dude. What is it? Gamma and X-rays? That's worse. That's worse than, like if I had to choose between standing next to the sun out in space with a spacesuit or standing next to a nuclear reactor, I'd stand next to the nuke. I mean, both of them are bad, don't get me wrong. It's a lesser of two evils, but... Yeah, pretty much, Hellfish, yeah. Yeah, there's all... Yeah, X-rays too, Vash, yeah. You would need as much cooling on the ground. Shut the nuke off. Keep proving you need to read up on radiation. Alright, fuck this topic. Go back to building my... All right. What do we need to do with the crane? let me pick up the crane that we were using for testing. That's what we gotta do. $37 in your study. In your study under the roof in southern France for 3 days straight and just dying. TF, is this the part where I say, why don't you have air conditioning, and everybody gets mad at me? The power grid can't handle ceiling fans and AC? What do you mean, Gandalf? Callie, you learned from your boss yesterday that in Switzerland you need a government permit to own and run a home air conditioner, and she said 99% of the cases the permit is denied. AC is rare in France. Oh, there you go, Vash. Thank you. Guys, I don't know. I don't know why they don't do air conditioning over there. People in Europe have told me it's anything from the windows. Like, our windows are different than their windows. It's not like they can just buy our air conditioners and put it in the windows. European windows open up like this, not like this, right? I've heard that. I've heard that that they don't want the emissions, whatever that means. It's a closed loop system question, but whatever. Stress on the power grid, I can understand, I suppose, but I mean, doesn't France have a nuclear power grid? Like, what do you mean you don't have enough power? Like, probably the wiring in the house is they're too old. I can understand that. In UK, your homes are made to keep the heat because it's cold more than it's warm. Yeah, that's how it is in New England, Halo. That's how it is here. We just have air conditioning. You live near Munich, and most people have AC. It's more common in self-built homes than rented, though. Litmus test? Litmus. There's an M. It's not litmus. It's Litmus. Gosh. Do they have gas ovens or electric? I do believe in Europe it's electric, but I don't know for sure. In some cities in Europe, they don't allow AC units outside because it screws with the building's aesthetic. That's fair. With emissions, they mean that an air conditioner heats up more air than it cools down, I think. What do you mean heats up more air? The sun is already going to heat up the air. Like, all an air conditioner does is take heat and move it somewhere else. It doesn't... something thermodynamics. It doesn't generate heat from nothing. Heat is quantitative, remember? Yeah, James, I got you. All right. Let's lock back in. Right, but it moves it outside, so the streets become hell. Are your houses like a meter away from the road or a sidewalk? I don't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. Like, I get it. When I went to Amsterdam, I definitely saw it. But, hey, guys, an air conditioner doesn't give off that much heat. It's not like a flamethrower going out your window. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Aqualix, yeah, the machine is going to generate some heat from electricity running through it, right? But, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. On a side note, posted 2 short videos of 4014 and Weber Cannon to your media channel. All right, Paul, right on. AC should be illegal to use unless you use renewable energy sources. You're gonna need a lot of wind turbines, homie. You're gonna need a lot of wind turbines. Thomas, you're German. A lot of older people believe that AC makes you sick, but younger people like me don't believe it. Or I have an air conditioner blowing on me right now. Like, you can hear it in the background. Interesting. You have an air conditioner blowing on me right now, too. It's called Lake Superior. Water is a great heat sink. Just saying. You just don't like to stand on when it comes to green energy. Yeah, I don't know, Spoiled. I don't want to get into that discussion about where Europe gets their power from. Let's not. Let's go back to working on our cranes. Which, hey, look, my crane's solar powered. See that? Yeah, solar powered crane, baby. Goddamn hippie. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that there isn't a bunch of fuel cells in the base of the crane that do most of the power generation, but it's solar powered, bro. Okay? Come on, bro, please. Just one more solar panel, bro. Please, we'll save the planet, bro, please. Needs an RTG. Not gonna get a disagreement from me. Hello? No signal? Come back. How do we get the markers? Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. 30 degrees offset. And then the hypotenuse goes from here to on that level. The reason why I need to get this right is because I need to put, when we go to build the SAB, I'm going to use this right here. And the shuttle assembly building needs to basically butt up. Oh, it needs to butt up against this. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Do you think the talk of fission on the moon and fission-powered spacecraft, KSA, will have some reactors as well as RTGs? Yeah, maybe. I need to just remember where this thing's relative position is, and then this is just an older version of the crane. And let's I need to make that piece so the two integration buildings can interface together. I need 2 gantry cranes here. We need a gantry crane to be able to pick the front and the rear of the external tank and the space shuttle up in the air, right? And then one crane can lift up and one crane can move forward, and that rotates the shuttle into the vertical position, and we can attach it. No, I probably don't need that there. I could test out using the T12 structural tube here. We'd have to test the crane again because sometimes I don't really trust these things. Structurally they're kind of finicky. But that could do us right. Okay. What I gotta do here is I have to make sure that this ends up at the same level as this piece, so give me one of these bad boys. An I-beam and a girder segment. This over here. Sweet. All right, this should give a good surface to butt up against here for the tower. last thing I need to do is just run a set of struts from there to there. And then we just need to do that on the other side, and that should make this thing nice and strong. So I'm going to take the wings off of the bottom here because the ground level on the pad is here. We're just going to have that exposed in it because it's riding in a channel on the pad. I think it's probably better to just do that way. And this kind of covers it up and makes it look not as weird. Oh, yeah, I could have just done that. I didn't even think of that. There. Hide it. It looks better. Okay. Get rid of our test demo piece. $5.11. I was planning on going right through because we got a little bit behind yesterday because I had to talk some stuff out. SpaceX is getting ready. You found out that SpaceX is getting ready to build a gas pipe called Star Pipe from Brownsville LNG's terminal to the pad. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. I shouldn't have deleted the demo piece. Because we're gonna have to work on this with the new modifications. All right, let's just make sure that the crane can still lift. I don't think adding these is going to screw it up at all. But you never know. Not gonna want to talk about the Starliner news today? I beg your pardon? Link it. This is an article that came out from Jeff Faust. NASA and Boeing still uncertain about when Starliner will return to flight. Woof. Oops. I have to make the payload reachable. I'm not sure if canceling, you know, this is going to sound dumb coming from me, but I am not sure canceling Starliner is a wise decision. If you really want my honest opinion, I don't think that's a good idea. But then again, I didn't think canceling the EUS was a good idea either. I love how people want to constantly cancel everything. Yeah. Jonas, yeah. People want to cancel stuff when it takes too long. But the thing is that I think people are naive because everything in spaceflight takes a long time. It's not so much about the program, but it is about managing expectations to an extent. Because I can't sit here and tell you that they didn't screw up with Starliner. That's a bold-faced lie. They screwed up pretty bad. I don't know, but I don't want to keep bypassing paywalls on sites, on reputable space news journalism sites. Like I don't want to buy, if Space News has a paywall, you should pay for it if you want to read the article. Jeff does a good job over there. Now, do I agree with paywalling information? No, not really, but Space News is one of the exceptions. They're a very, very, very good news source. Okay, let's test a weird dock here. Ready? There's no way that adding this stuff broke that. Would it be theoretically possible to replace Starliner with Orion? Maybe. I don't know. Didn't change anything up there, did I? Maybe give Kerbal a restart? Oh. Let's see what that does. This crane's gonna be the bane of my existence for this project, which is very, very goddamn annoying. Could ISS handle the mass of a docked Orion? Sure. It could handle the mass of a docked shuttle tape, yeah. The real thing about, the real thing with, the real thing with Orion is that how are you getting it to the ISS? Why did that damn crane explode? Is there any craft pile reordering funny business going on? No. Loading time. Expansion loading complete. There's no way that adding those parts, yeah, guys, I'm fairly confident it is safe to assume that, no, fairly confident, safe to assume, what a stupid way of saying it. Look, adding those parts shouldn't make that explode. I'm pretty sure its Kerbal needs a restart, which, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure if I'm 100% okay with, like, oh, you got to restart Kerbal every time you do integration. Actually, yeah, that's not that big of a deal. If that is the problem, I'm pretty confident that that's it. Because, yeah, those parts that we built, those parts that we put down on the bottom should not be screwing with this. Yeah, as long as you don't need to do a restart with the shuttle dangling from the crane. That's kind of what I'm worried about, though, dude, you know? Okay, the crane is set as a lander. Know that. Control from here. I just had another thought, but my mind was thinking, I was thinking like it might be better to not dock to the payloads and just try to pick them up physically. But do we want to risk free floating a shuttle or an external tank? I don't know if that's a good idea. Because if we don't have to worry about the crane docking to things, right, then it ain't no problem. I don't know. It's being inconsistent, and I know that fairings are inconsistent sometimes in their simulation. I don't know how this is necessarily inconsistent at this point, but yeah. Thinking. Guys, give me a second. I gotta get up and walk away and think about this for a second. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay. I think I got it. There's a possibility here that the fairings are, because I copied the fairing off symmetry, it's screwing something up. Copying fairings does sometimes makes the fairings unhappy. I mean, to be 100% honest, all of these are copied, but so I'm gonna make that fairing with a weird shape. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in a notepad, right? No, not that one. That one didn't explode. The copied one exploded. And I saved it like that because I'm an idiot. Maybe. So, right, if you put fairings in symmetry, right, you can get a duplicate, right? And then if you remove it from symmetry, right, now you copied the fairing. You have two of the same one, right? Sometimes copying them does not. Sometimes copying them doesn't. Like an exact copy is not. Bro, I can't even talk straight. Sometimes copying fairings makes the game break. For a weird reason. Other than that, it could just be luck. Like the Mark III crane working seemingly perfectly yesterday could have just been luck. We could have, you know, maybe we should go try, but but I don't know. Let's focus on one thing at a time. Is the remove from symmetry a different pathway? It is, Aqualex, but so here's where I'm thinking. This method, the duplicate fairing, is how I made these fairings.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Have you ever had a fairing? Have you when you could do anything?
Oh yeah, all the time. I don't know. Maybe this will do it, because that's what I was trying to say. I handmade these. I made one, and then I made the other. When we did this, it wasn't a copied fairing. Sometimes copying fairings works, but my workflow for making this wasn't exactly the same as the Mark III crane. That's what I'm trying to say. Are you okay? These cranes are holding me up, Ator, and it's pissing me off. No, I'm not getting mad. You guys are... I'm angry. I made some slight modifications to the damn crane from yesterday, like comparatively to... And the seemingly slight modifications made the crane not work again, which... And I'm just a little bit bummed out, that's all. No, working on something. If I'm going to work on something else, RJ, it's going to be the structure for the shuttle assembly building. Because that's something I know I can make and it won't be an issue. It seems to be working out. Let's see if you're right. It looked great. I don't know, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. The fairings are totally inconsistent. It's totally inconsistent behavior, and I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not sure how to fix it. I was thinking about other things that we could do. I could eliminate left-right movement in the crane, just eliminate it and simplify the crane's design to just forward, back, up, and down. If I did that, we would have to integrate the SRBs together at the same time, like, and pick up the SRBs from a bracket that, you know, like goes across the front, and then put them down. Yeah, so we could pick up the SRBs as a pair. Like, actually, I have a picture. So when they needed to change a mobile launcher out of a certain high bay for whatever reason, they put this bracket on the SRBs. And that is the bracket that actually goes through the external tank. Fun fact, that's the same bracket that goes through SLS that holds the SRBs together. This is your primary structural avenue for the forces from the SRB to go into the external tank or the SLS core stage. What I could do is just roll out the SRBs as a pair in the future, and then just put a docking port right here on the center line, pick the stupid thing up, put the Actually, that's a really good idea. Would it be better to go back to the last revision? 201st, there's no evidence to show that the R3 crane is going to be any more or less reliable. I mean, we could go and test it, but yeah, I'm really wondering if we go to do something with that if it blows up. So we could do that, guys, that would work. Or John, we could work on the no docking idea where the crane we use same vessel collision to actually lift stuff up. I have an idea for a hook that could work. It's possible. But see, like, yeah, Element, here's the thing. That's simplifying things. It simplifies the gantry crane so it's less parts, and it'll make integration more smooth, because I don't need to stack the SRBs in segments. All right, we fuel our SRBs on the pad by hacking a cal controller in KSP, right? That's how we do it. It's the two-axis movement, RJ. Fairings, for whatever reason, that are downstream of a hydraulic part like to just turn into floppy messes, dude. Another thing that we could try is just putting more segments into the fairing. In fact, if there is any consistency to it, I'll bet you it comes from the hacked fairing. You know what? That's an easy thing to try. The only problem is that the left-right axis is going to get bound up on all these segments, but if the thing works, then that's not that big of a deal. Thanks for playing last night. Yeah, no problem, dude. I just wish I didn't. I wish I wasn't just completely useless. But I did make these by hand, but they are identical. So let's see what this does. Can you turn down the sun? It was hot out today. Hey, Vulcan, you might want to go back to your house and or place of residence and look up the address and see specifically what state you're in. That might be your problem with that whole sun thing. You know what I'm saying? And for what it's worth, no, I can't turn the sun off. That'd be cool, but I'm not at that power level yet. Why must the angry metal tubes live here? Yeah, see, it bound up for a second there. The operation isn't as smooth. It ain't too bad. This is gonna suck when we're actually moving something. Custom part? Yeah. Well, RJ, if we make a custom part, I'm freaking making a freaking rail. I'm gonna make a rail and a rail wheel, so this works exactly like a freaking gantry crane. I wonder if Kerbal would... We made tapered wheels. I mean, that might work. But then again, gantry crane wheels aren't railroad wheels. They use rails that are very similar, but it's not like a tapered wheel like a train is. Outdoors, but sorry if I missed. I was hopping in and out of the stream, but Breakthrough is a brand new mode, and it's speed based like Attack Defenders. The other mode you normally play is more your style. Yeah. No, that doesn't. Don't apologize. You know, a crappy player blames the game type. And guess what? I was pretty bad at Battlefield last night. So it's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. All right, let's try it. See, that seems to work, and it seems to work really well. But why would that change? The one segment going across the entire design before worked really, really well, and then we modified the craft file, and then it didn't work really well. Understand? Stuck. Yep, it's binding. Came unstuck. We got lucky. Throw some grease on it. Yeah, right. Just trying to think how we solve this problem. Because it's less likely to bind, right? But guys, I wonder if these fairing pieces that you modify, those fairing pieces have to be the last piece that you modify. Like if you add another part, that might break it. That is one of the consistent behaviors that I'm seeing here. But then again, we didn't add any parts and we changed the type of fairing and it still blew up a couple of times. So. If the R3 fairings works, why don't you take them and cut them out of Notepad? Because there's a different width on these here, and they're too wide. I'm starting to think that that doesn't have anything to do with it. What are you trying to build? VAB. An assembly building so I can put my rockets together outside of the VAB so I can reuse them. Cut them. Hey, Tor, you're acting like that wasn't the first thing that I did, dude. You feel like this shouldn't be buildable? Sorry? I got this. Just crazy the game supports so many parts. I mean, I did make it out of a... It's made out of a freaking SRB. A bunch of SRBs. Oops. Whoops. That was a little much. Sent it a little too hard. Tip 40 static fire. Yeah. Yeehaw! Great balls of fire on plane. Okay. You might want to eject. There was time to punch out, but there's no ejector seats in Kerbal unless you make one. Alright, cool. I saw what I wanted to see. Yeah, no, Aitor, it's all good, dude. It's a good idea. It was a good idea that you had. That wasn't Jeb, that was Val. Yeah, I believe that's called hot dogging. All right, now the whole purpose of that was to fly away, fly back to the crane, fly away from it, fly through it, load it, unload it. Just this kind of simulates, you know, like, okay, we use the crane, we build the shuttle stack, we move the crane, we set it down, launch the shuttle, come back to the crane, see what happens. So let's try to lift the mass simulator again. No, I'm blaming egress. It was your fault. You didn't put the seat in the first place. X in the forums. I missed the part where that's my problem. What's up, Pythos? How are you? You know what X means? Grounded. Yeah, you're right. The plane found the ground. What are you trying to say? Yeah, and I grounded it permanently. All right, explosions time. See what I mean? Can't be trusted. I have a very good feeling that the Mark III crane does that too. And by very good, I mean I'm 100% sure. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a lot of mess that we have to pick up now. As long as that little guy survived. That was a non-revertible scenario because I flew the aircraft past it. I know what's wrong with... maybe not this time. Yeah, Piggsegg, I don't think that F-18 that I was flying was airworthy. It will be airworthy again. This sucks. This sucks a lot. Yeah, non-revertible scenario. I don't do quick saving, quick loads during testing. Because quick saving and quick loading invalidates most of your testing. It makes very inconsistent behavior. Yeah, I have seen them in Meta. They're pretty funny. Shouldn't that clear automatically if you force launch something on the runway? It might not clear all of it, dude. How many hours in KSP am I at? Jaeger, I have no idea, dude. Guys, I'm starting to think that fairings attached to the end of hydraulics is a no-no. Yeah, I'm starting to think that that's not a good idea. And by starting, I mean that's not a good idea. It's producing horribly inconsistent behavior.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe I should make the rail parts. Yeah, guys, that's the one conclusion that, yeah, fairings that are attached to a hydraulic, that are attached to another hydraulic, the hierarchy hates that. It hates the Kraken. It's Kraken bait. I don't really have another conclusion at this point in time. We've tried a ton of different types of fairings. We've tried strutting them. We've tried holding them in place. We've tried different configurations from the fairings. Like it's literally the same result every time. The gantry crane blows itself to smithereens. Now, fairings that are just attached to the vehicle, right? Like the forward and back fairings, totally cool. That's fine. The up-down fairing, the up-down hydraulics don't use a fairing. They use a structural fuselage, so that ain't a problem. To shreds, you say? Yes. To shreds. You could do that too, under first, yeah. Off topic, but have you heard of Frank Slope, the cop? Fridays with Frank Slope, Pace? Yeah, heard of that guy. People say I look like him. I remind me exactly of him. That's just weird, dude. Which version of KSP did you start playing? First version of KSP I played was 16.2. You guys sound the same and you have the same personality. It's weird. Maybe he's my cousin or something. I don't know. I don't know of any cousins that are in Arizona or Nevada or wherever he's out. I know he's out at the Southwest. But yeah, Pace, you're not the first person to say that I look a lot like that, dude. He's cool, though. Yeah, I've watched some of his content because... Dude, man. It's weird. That's very weird. that's strange, dude. But hey, whatever, man. People tell me I'm very generic looking, so whatever. I'm cool with that. Hey, Pato. Is that your dad? No. My dad looks like that, though. And so does my uncle. Which is funny. Like, dude, it could be family, dude. Like, possible. I have a big family. Ship 40 testing is going on. Dude. Yeah, he is from the East Coast. I think he's from New York though, Binary. I don't think I have any family in New York. I'm not sure. Guys, I'm not sure what to do with this. I thought that, like, yeah, this is just a horrible, inconsistent physics error, and it's not something that I think is particularly solvable with fairings, unless somebody wants to prove me wrong. The reason why is hydraulic drift. These parts bend and flex because they're using PhysX joints. And PhysX attachment joints like to... it would be like making something structurally out of tinfoil. They bend and flex, and I think that is giving me inconsistencies with same vehicle interaction between these parts. That's... Same fate as the real Slick 6. No, I'm not giving up that easy. I'll figure out another way. We'll see this through, even if I have to model a freaking custom tube. I'll just make a piece, a physical piece, and just make the damn tube. If we had to do that, we had to do that. And then we'll take the tube and we'll just give it a fairing texture. You know? I would definitely like to see you make your own rails and wheels, okay? This potentially 2 to 3 week project now just became a 3-month project, dude. That's how long it's gonna take. Kevin is hosting? What?
We have ship 40 getting ready to test here. Don't know what kind of test. We expect obviously engine testing because it's out there with the static fire stand over the trench. Yesterday either looked like an igniter or an abort. We don't really know per se. If it was an igniter test and it was planned, then today could be a spin pro.
I am the...
It's weird having you host a stream. Usually,
because there's clouds, and my official secondary title is Cloud Reporter, so I needed to report on the clouds. Of course, I don't know anything about starships, so I also have...
basically...
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Should we go help them, or? I think Kevin might be hosting because we're spread too thin. We're spread all over the place. Okay. I'll figure out what I want to do with the crane. Let me... Yeah. Well, I shot him a message to see if they need the help. Hey, Goose, what's up? I was wondering if you tried re-entry. I've played re-entry before. Never did it on stream, though, Goose. It seems like it's a little bit redundant content to what I do, but... To be honest, if you make the parts for this, just make an actual gantry crane beam, which should be simpler. Yeah, well, it's not gonna be simpler. It's not gonna be simple as a tube. A tube's gonna be easy, right? Like, it's good to ask, guys. Nobody's saying nothing. Would a fairing the other way be better? I tested that Sea Kraken, we tested that on the original tower that I made probably back in March. It didn't work. Reversing the fairings, going from left to right across, it blows up even harder. Well, not blows up even harder. It does the same damn thing. Guys, once again, RE like SLC-6 and stuff, like the build, it's. I don't really want to model a custom part, dude, but you try manual struts, yeah, it doesn't work. It just, the fairing still moves around like it's not strutted, and the strut moves with it. The strut looks like a spring. I'll figure out something, guys. We'll figure out a solution. There are ways to do it. I could use physicsless parts and we could fudge it. Like, it's... Ooh. That's a good idea. Is it gonna work, though? I don't know. Point is that I could... There are other ways to do this. Yeah, I think between the last couple of streams, I've proved pretty conclusively that fairings that are attached to hydraulics are useless. Useless if you're utilizing same vessel interaction. They're useless, dudes. Can you see if doubling up would work? Doubling up what? See Kraken. Did you test closing an engine plate and attaching a hydraulic to the plate? What would that do? You have a copy of SolidWorks? No. No, I don't. Yeah, guys, there's other ways other than fairings. It's just fairings are the best way to do it for the least amount of parts. That's all. Pat and I look 20 years younger without a beard. Well done. And I don't know, I was starting to get some grays in there, dude. So I was just like, nope. I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Nope. I refuse. I reject your gray hair and just substitute nothing. What milestones do you want to see on Flight 13? I want Flight 13 to complete all of Flight 12's test objectives. Embrace the gray. Hell no. I'm not doing that. Like having an inner and an outer fairing? Hey, Thick, what's going on? I don't... What's wrong with reentry? Nothing. Reentry's amazing. It's redundant content in my mind to Kerbal. Clamp from both sides. Waiting for NSF to say something back. I pinged them and people replied back to me. I go, "Do you guys need another person?" I just finished work, right? And the reply I got was, "It's just Ryan and Kevin right now." Anyway, all right, guys. So I don't want to double stream NSF content on YouTube, so I'm going to shut the YouTube stream down for now. And Twitch, just give me a second to retitle everything, and we should be able to pipe the NSF feed directly into the stream. That doesn't answer the question. Yeah, as you typed that, somebody said something, so. All right, so we're going to pick up Ship 40 Starship coverage for the rest of the night here. So kind of impromptu space news with NSF. I will still be in chat, and I will talk to you guys there if I can't speak to you on the stream. So stand by for loss of signal as expected on YouTube. On Twitch, just hold on a second. We'll watch some real spaceships for a change. I'll be right back.